And welcome everyone to day 3 of the 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. 2 days have been concluded, and now only 1 day remains to determine who will be the top 2 teams to earn their spot at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season. 16 teams entered, only 2 will exit as champions and will be able to progress their career forward for not only $250,000, but also a spot at PMGC. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and today I've got a special crew of casters ready to call the action. Of course, I am talking about Enigma and Mustache Dave. Dave, great to see you, man. I missed you on the desk the past 2 days. How's everything been?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. I heard the Golden Eagles are performing here in this this weekend, so they had to call me up and be like, listen, Dave, we need you. We need you to clock in, man. We got the Golden Eagles popping off here. So I got the call. I saw it in the sky, and, hey, now I'm here, baby.
Hey, I know you love your animals, man. You always give them props. And you know what? I love your predictions, too, because you're typically on point with them. So I can't wait to hear your predictions in a little bit. Enigma, you've been here, though, the past 2 days calling the action. You've seen these teams progress from day 1 to where they stand now. Today, it's going to be intense. We know the scores are very close. How you feeling about it?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And for the most part, the last 2 days have, I guess you could say, just exceeded my expectations. And unfortunately, everyone wants these sort of games to go on forever, but it's going to come down to that top 2. There's going to be a lot of heartbreak tonight, but I'm still excited to see it.
A lot of heartbreak indeed, but that's how it goes when you're trying to compete at the top echelon. Let's talk about how today is going to work and in general how this tournament has been working. As I said, 16 teams entered to play across 3 days, 6 games per day. We have concluded 12 of those games. Now we have 6 more remaining. The top 2 will move on to PMSL Americas once again for $250,000 in prizing and a spot at PMGC. The stakes are high. The competitors should understand what is at stake and what they should be going for. For those who are not in the top 2 at this moment, they understand the importance of, performing today. The past 2 days were great. It set you up for championship day, at least the final day, but it doesn't guarantee you success. Those top 2 teams at the moment, which is Titan Gaming and Golden Eagles, they're going to have to work even harder than they did because they've got a target on their back, and we saw that target, getting hit a couple of times on the Golden Eagles. But let's talk about PMWC, right? The PUBG Mobile World Cup, it was incredible over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and has now concluded, and Alpha 7 are your champions. If you don't believe me, just watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
One. That's the second as well. Primo over the top rope. First shot with an auto shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament begins now!
The shots across to them. A battle breaks out between Twisted Alpha 7 need to capitalize on the disarray as it stands. It's not going to Revo behind the tree. It's not going to happen.
Question. They're down in 13th place. They gotta close it out here. It comes to their ball. That's for the opportunity to make a field goal.
The points off the back. Alpha 7 takes themselves.
It takes a 9-20. A roll down for Camille.
Revo, Mafioso, Carrillo, and McGrellin, champions, and a long journey to get there. Dave, we watched them day in and day out, right, throughout 15 days of competition. So I forget how many maps now that they played, but I know that was a big talking point. To become champions, where does this put Americas, at least on the radar in terms of international PUBG Mobile competition?
I mean, we're the best, right? America's number 1 in the world. So now we are the region that these other regions need to beat. And That event, very good event. Shout out to Hot Jukes, did a phenomenal job.
Yes.
I mean, I'm repping his background. I'm in the studio right now while he's out. You know, he let me Airbnb it. So, but yeah, I mean, there's like 3 more games to go. There's 2 matches where Alpha 7 got 0 points, but they just clutched it out on that final map. And that's something that we've seen personally here on our stage throughout the season. So congrats to Alpha 7 without a doubt.
I'm so happy because Enigma, they were always the team that got second place, right? They were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. This time around, at least they're champions. I won't say they're the brides per se, but that was just an analogy, right? But it feels good to see them get a championship because I felt like there was a lot of disrespect always thrown towards the Americas region, right? And it was like, finally, we've got a team who got a victory, Alpha 7 champions, and you were a competitor at one point. I mean, what would it have meant to you, right? To get second place so many times and now become a champion yourself.
I mean, for the most part, it all comes down to that sort of grit, I guess you could say those players have. They played for so long, and when you're in that second place spot over and over and over, people start looking at you like, oh, maybe you should make changes and stuff like that. This squad, for the most part, has stayed together, at least as a 3-man core for the most part. And when it comes to this stuff, even within the last year, we're talking, Rejects had that sort of title of being the best and making Japan back on the map. And now we're bringing it back to the Americas side of things. So for the most part, the nice thing is PUBG Mobile is completely changing. It's evolving, and I can only enjoy seeing all of it.
That's it. Well, from PMWC, now back on board with the PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. Let's start running you through what Day 2 had to bring. Of course, 6 maps, as you know and love, throughout the normal rotation. We did have our first back-to-back. Throughout Day 1, we had Xtreme Ice and I believe 1 Esports who were able to at least get 2 wins throughout the day, but we didn't have a back-to-back winner up until 4 and 5 yesterday, and that was Dauntless on Sandhawk and Miramar. And that was really important day because Dauntless, they were a little bit further down the food chain when it came to the standings. So getting those map 4 and map 5 wins put them in a position to go into today in 4th place and a real chance, honestly, to place top 2.
Yeah, 16 points right behind the Golden Eagles, the NA, and Dauntless, such an interesting story here. Tensa joining at 11:57 p.m. the night of the lock, right?
That's right.
This team is only, I would say, a week old when it comes to all of them competing together. So I have to assume like they're still looking for that synergy, the team communication, adjusting to each other's play styles. But regardless, like with all that in mind, they're still top 4 and within reach of actually qualifying for that next stage. So I'm looking at Dauntless here tonight, and that's my Cinderella story here in this event.
Love it. Cinderella Stories was kind of the talking point, Enigma, for Day 1, even into Day 2, right? Golden Eagles, 1 Esports, Xtreme Ice, Golden Boys, Team Raid, KR Esports, all teams that, are on the come up. Granted, they've got plenty of experience across the board, but, I looked at Dauntless, I looked at Titan Gaming to be the Titans of this competition. And while they sit in 1st place currently, but the big talking point is that point spread.
Yeah, I mean, the point spread itself, I'm really only looking at top 5 right now. Obviously, the Golden Boys could maybe play a part in that aspect if they're able to get a win or 2 tonight. But we've seen a lot of these teams, when they're going for these sort of plays and stuff like that, the next game, they're almost dropping 1 or 2. They're going from 0 to 100, back to 0. And then unfortunately for them, it's someone next to them kind of showing up. And obviously, we'd seen over the last 2 days, Taylor, straight out on Nepal, Inferno Esports, even StrangersBD, they've had a lot of these elimination rounds where, they win the 1st or 2nd squad wipe, but they're just never seeing the late game. And when it comes to the 12 games they've already played, it shows why they're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
You'll notice, winner, winner, chicken dinners, there's only one on the 2nd page. That's StrangersBD. That happened yesterday during Miramar map number 2. That's what's lacking for all those teams down on the bottom page. They need to start getting those victories because that is what's going to put them in the victory lane top 2. Their eliminations are on par with some of the top teams on top of the list. But again, it's those placement points where they are struggling. IGLs, you have to go big today and start guiding your teams appropriately. Let's start breaking down the teams, though, and Enigma, let's go to Titan Gaming, a team that came in as the previous qualifying champions. They're looking to go into the fall season, and they're very close to doing so currently in 1st place.
Yeah, for the most part, Day 1, they finished 5th place, maybe a little bit of a poor performance on what they thought, but yesterday they came in swinging, especially with Juancho. This was a 3-man match for them in that 1st game. They were able to drop double-digit elims and almost were able to get in that winning position. And then for the most part yesterday, they were able to really show up in the eliminations between Juancho and Exo. And by the way, Juancho, Day 2 MVP could have been either one from that squad, which if you're having 2 players on your team fighting for MVP, that's typically a good sign.
100% Titan Gaming. I mean, that org, Dave, has been competing in Titan Series, been competing in Americas for so long, right? Juancho, he kind of coached it up right when it came over to the spring season. Now he's back as a player. Of course, we love to meme that. But the big story was Exo joining. He was a new addition. He comes over. He's actually been playing in Germany, Dave, and he's been tearing it up.
Guten Tag out here. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Titan Gaming. Like, they're always a team that performs so well in, like, the qualifiers and then even the normal season. But then when they get bumped up to that next round, they kind of fall flat, right? So kind of to your point, maybe with EXO, now the new addition, representing Germany on the squad, maybe that's all they needed, right? That was that missing puzzle piece. And, you know, we've all been a huge fan of the Titan Gaming's squad throughout the multiple seasons here. We just want to see him kind of take it to that next level. And, hey, this new player might be that.
Yeah, he's been incredible. He was brought in to assist that of kindness, to assist Juancho in getting those eliminations, and I think he's done exactly that. You will notice he has 30 eliminations, but Enigma, me and you were talking yesterday about it. It's like he has, you know, a lot of eliminations, but he also isn't picking up the most damage. That's mainly because Juancho is the one getting the most damage because he's getting the elimination. So Exo is doing his job, and I'm really happy to see that. Titan Gaming, they've been incredible. Can they be incredible where it matters most here on the final day? But another team that's hot on their heels in second place, who's been in first place for a long time up until this point, is Golden Eagles. These guys are flying high, and they have been really making waves. In fact, in terms of overall elimination points, they're tied with Titan Gaming at 78. It comes down to placement points to separate them, which is just 4. Titan Gaming at 118 points overall in the standings, Golden Eagles at 114. But in terms of like talented players on this roster, Frady is incredible. He's got 26 eliminations. You look at the overall damage leaders, he's up there in third place as well. But the guy that's been making the biggest headlines has been Legends. Enigma. Legend has been absolutely instrumental in so many fights. You've noticed he gets in tough situations, but he manages to get out of them consistently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that his name kind of matches his performance.
That's right.
That's being a legend, and for the most part, when it comes to him, I think it's almost that dynamic duo of him and Frady kind of making these plays. We could see it. This team has a lot of team synergy compared to some of these weaker squads in the lobby, and for the most part, it shows here. The first day especially, Legend was an absolute pop-off player for this squad. 26 total eliminations over the last 2 days, and 5,800 damage. That's not something you really play around with.
No, not at all. And even Moso, who makes an appearance when it comes to overall assist. He's number 7 on the list with 12. But, you know, the whole team is just firing on all cylinders. Again, 78 eliminations. That is not easy to do. And they've been pretty consistent when it comes to top 3 performances as well. So I give them credit where credit is due. Golden Eagles have been looking great. But there's another team that's also been on fire, and that's One Esports. I'm liking this roster a lot. They have a ton of winner chicken dinners, I believe, at this moment in time, currently sitting at 2, but they've also have a plethora of second and third places. Total of 57 eliminations as a crew. They sit on the bubble. They're currently in third place at 102 points. That separated them from Golden Eagles, who's at 114. So they need to make up 12 points to start off the day just to be in that conversation, to be in the top 2 so they can earn their spot. Now, what I like about this roster is, first off, Juanetta, the only female competing during the qualifiers, and also could be our only female competing over at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season. Become a big fan of her. We've seen her even in this play right behind this tree, holding it down and making it look possible that she can clutch up this 1v3. It doesn't happen, but she has been out of this world. And obviously Papa Triste, he's clutched up so many times. Like I said, 57 eliminations, 11,000 damage. These guys and gals are serious, and they're looking to go all the way, and absolutely think they can. Again, they're so close. It's just a matter of pushing it out for the final day. And I do think, honestly, one of the advantages they have is they don't have the biggest target on their back like Titan Gaming and like Golden Eagles, right? Who everybody is like focused on them because they're top 2. I think that's going to benefit One Esports today. They can kind of fly under the radar. But one team that's looking to fly above the radar, Dave, is Dauntless. Talk to me about them.
Yes, sir. And I got a couple points for those other 2 teams, but we'll get back to that. But Dauntless is the team that I'm watching for here tonight. The Cinderella story that we mentioned. This team only been playing together for a week, and they're already up in the top echelons. We got Klaus, we got Casper, number 4 and number 5 when it comes to total damage, when it comes to the players on the overall player count leaderboard here so far, only after 2 games. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing if they can kind of pull it together. I know talking to the squad, they said that they're going to be looking for these weaker teams today, maybe pick them off, maybe get some additional points in the pocket and really get them in that qualifying slot. So nice little head-to-head right here. Pensa, 18 eliminations. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, 18 eliminations, and Klaus's teammate right opposite of him at 19. Klaus, the OG when it comes to this Dauntless roster, and also not on this obviously head-to-head as Bob. Bob was brought in out of retirement. Bob is a great player, and I've become a big fan of him, Dave, because he comes in to be the IGL. That's what they felt Dauntless was missing. So now he's the IGL, and clearly, Dave, it's been working because Dauntless is in 4th place. They win map 4 and 5 yesterday. A very real chance that they can move up and be top 2 today.
Yeah, it really depends on their communication here today. And since the team is so new, they're still, I feel like they might be courteous of each other and not stepping on toes yet, because you don't want to tilt your squad mates. And, that's good for Bob because he is the IGL, like you mentioned. Right. So I think when the team is so new like they are, there's a lot more respect going towards Bob and a lot less of double guessing his calls, right? So I think that's kind of playing in their favor here tonight without a doubt. Or this weekend,
Yeah, that's really insightful. I actually never considered that. A new roster respecting your IGL most. Does that cause issues a little bit later? Maybe, maybe not. But as of right now, it seems like Bob, right, he's head over shoulders when it comes to being the IGL, and he's been incredible. And Enigma, another roster that was at the top of the leaderboard for so many, well, at least from all of day 1, and I believe a little bit of day 2, was Xtreme Ice, right? They were tearing it up, but they've dropped down to 5th place. They sit at 92 points, so they've got a little bit of room to cover if they want to try be top 2.
Yeah, I mean, the first day, they obviously won both Miramar matches. We thought they were going to be the kings of the desert. Unfortunately, yesterday, they didn't really show up too well in it. But the saving grace for them was, like some of these other squads, like the Titan Gamings and stuff like that, even though they weren't getting that first place often yesterday, it was more so that we're getting those eliminations. We're getting up there in the placements and stuff like that. And those points really do start to add up. We can see here with their elimination counter being 48 total, just under that 11,000 damage mark, kind of that same story all these teams have where we're seeing that 10 to 12,000 damage round. It's more of that, okay, like, can this squad continue their consistency, if not perform even better than these other teams they're competing against tonight?
Let's find out, right? Xtreme Ice. They were in first place before. They're looking to recover that. One thing to take note of, ladies and gentlemen out there watching today, again, this is the final day of the Americas North America Qualifier, the final chance to break into top 2, and the final shot at glory to play at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season, where $250,000 will be up for grabs, and most importantly, a potential to play at PMGC for even more recognition and even more money. Could always use some more money, at least I think so. And I could definitely use some more money. I got a car payment after all. But hey, let's get it started. Got a map number 1. We're heading into Erangel. I'm excited for this. I really am. The points have been so close throughout the first 2 days. In fact, today is really an outlier. This is the biggest point gap we've seen, and even still, it's just 12 points between 2nd and 3rd place. Anything goes. And for your top 8 teams, they all absolutely have a chance. And who knows, maybe even a team on the bottom end, 9 through 16, they'll sneak up and take one of those coveted top 2 spots away. We're going to find out all that and more. Let's get today started. Mustache Dave Enigma, take it away.
Game number 1, of course. We're going to Erangel. We're not changing the map order on anyone, throwing in any sort of curveballs, I guess you could say. If you're tuning in right now, I'm Enigma. We're with the GOAT, Dave. Dave, I got to ask you, is the mustache still doing good, or
I was doing good. Yeah.
Oh,
Mustache, fresh trip from Ohio, so they love mustaches in Ohio. Pretty good trip, but looking to wrap things up tonight. I had to be here, like I mentioned. Golden Eagles, second place overall. Been one of their biggest fans for at least a year now, Enigma. So I'm just hoping they can kind of keep maintaining their consistency here tonight. And, just keep their eyes on the prize here, and that's that top two.
Yeah, the top two. Obviously, like, the main goal for most of these squads. And, Titan Gaming, I think they were expecting a repeat of last season's qualifiers where they had that 30, 40-point gap. They didn't have to really even worry coming out of day two. But now it seems like the competition, especially with these new teams, these new names, I guess you could say, like Esports, like Xtreme Ice kind of coming in and shaking things up a bit. That's kind of something I like to see out of our region. I don't like seeing the same names because I'm still a fan of that, out with the old and in with the new with everything.
Love shaking it up here. And, we already hear some shots ringing on out. I don't believe there's any conflicts quite yet. We do see a ton of teams all on top of each other. Have we been experiencing any hot drops here, Enigma? Got to ask you real quick.
For the most part, it's usually just been MANIC, I think, on some of the matches like Sandhawk and Miramar. They've taken their fours. Unfortunately, I think they've lost every single one of them. Day one, they were dropping a lot of eliminations. I believe they had 20 total, but only one placement point. So them and straight out of Nepal kind of in that same boat of they had a lot of eliminations. They just were never making it to that late game position. But it seems like XYQ, Dave, if you didn't know, yesterday, they were focusing the Golden Eagles and actually kind of preventing them of maybe making it their story into that top two. Fortunately for the Golden Eagle boys, they were able to kind of swing it back around. But now they've kind of changed their sights towards KR Esports this time around.
Yeah, this is going to be a couple teams on the bottom. KR, 8th place, fortunate for them. And when it comes to XYQ, XYQ, 13th overall, 70 points behind that second place, that golden ticket to make it to that next round. So they understand the objective here today, and that is get as many points as possible starting from the drop. So I definitely respect that when we are looking at XYQ. I mean, heck, all these players, veterans in the game, they've competed multiple times in similar events just like this. So I'm not going to say they're nervous, right? I'm just going to go with maybe the story that, like you said, out with the old, in with the new. So maybe they're kind of adjusting, right, to these newer players and their play styles and the RNG, right, that goes with competing in a brand new, fresh lobby.
Yeah, the lobby itself is always going to be that telltale sign of who's able to really fail-proof some of their plans. And, XYQ, this is a repeat of yesterday where they were able to get this opening knock and stuff like that, but maybe just forgetting that, hey, there's vehicles in the games. People are able to actually move around the map and get angles on you. Valak, unfortunately, getting thirsted out from his squad. But this team, I really had expected more from them with it being that core trio of ICU from back in the day. They were just short last qualifiers of making it on. I believe they finished 5th, so essentially 1 or 2 placements short of making it to Americas. And the squad, they have a lot of nice namesake players, I guess you could say, like you had just mentioned, but unfortunately, today they've got to really start going almost back to back to back in these high point games, or else we're already going to have to discredit them.
Yeah, exactly. And it starts from game number 1, right? 70 points. That is a tall ask. That's a tall order. But today is the day. It's do or die. And that's kind of the similar storyline that a lot of these players were telling me in the Discord here earlier on, that it's all or nothing tonight. I mean, the stakes are high. Only 2 teams are moving to that next round. So you really can't afford to have 0-point games anymore now that we are on that final day. But fortunate for these teams like Esports, Dauntless, Xtreme, the point gap's not that big, right? We got 12, 16, 22 points behind that second place, the Golden Eagles. So when we're looking at teams with the most pressure, I have to say, I mean, we're looking at one right now. It's Titan Gaming and Golden Eagles. I feel like they have the most pressure on them because they need to stay in that top 2, and the point spread isn't that much considering we got 6 games to go.
Yeah, I mean, 6 games, anything can happen. I believe after game 4 yesterday, it was a 4-point spread between 1st through 4th, so 1-1, 1-1 difference between all of them, whether you go up or down. Thankfully, though, for the Titan Gaming squad, something that kind of breaks the ice is getting a little bit of a freebie knock and thirst onto the no-risk squad. So hopefully for them, they're able to kind of keep cleaning this up and they don't lose anyone early on because they're still not even across the bridge. They might get bridge camped and stuff like that. They've got a foolproof any sort of plan they have, and the best way to do that is to be able to keep all 4 of your players alive. But another team that's kind of losing players off rip seems like MANIC. I'm not sure if they were dropping for vehicles and just got left in the dust, but they already lost 2 players, a little bit of a spread. And Team Raid, I like this sort of idea from them. They were able to pick up 2 little freebies and they just kept rotating the zone. The shift is towards Yasnaya, Dave, and from all the action we've already seen, no one's anywhere near there.
Yeah, homie's rocking no helmet, double Bison loadout. Not something you typically see, but yeah, kind of going back to your Titan Gaming point, they need to start making up a game plan, right? They need to start making the move either across that east bridge, maybe you look for a boat, get a little boat take going on. Boat take would be pretty solid in my opinion. It is going to be free and clear in circle number 1, but we'll get to that because the Golden Eagles, Frady cooking up a grenade, tossing it at DIQQ, tossing one in return here. Looking at the mini map in the top right, looks like the Golden Eagles are somewhat set up in a little better position. I already see one of their players getting that wrap around the alternate angle, trying to provide the support and hopefully put a stop to Team Raid's push.
Yeah, I mean, Vic, he's completely isolated from his squad, almost trying to play that little bit of a bait angle, but the Golden Eagles has so much of a superior position, and this is actually going to be on the western bridge of the Millie Island. It looks like Unique Legacy. Yesterday, they were allowing teams to cross the bridge. This time around, they're holding people to the edge, and I'm not sure if KR Esports really recognizes it with the smokes. It seems like they might, but if you're a KR Esports fan, you know, they've had their moments over the last 2 days, and unfortunately, they haven't really been able to stick themselves into that top 5 discussion just yet. But if they were able to come through and come out kind of on top in this engagement, this could be that, I guess, propeller forward for them to maybe start making their move for the top 2. But for the most part, you got to get by this bridge camp first.
Yeah, and it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, they're pulling off of the bridge camp, right? They're going to be doubling back, trying to avoid it. So it looks like they did recognize that there were some opponents out there, like you mentioned. We saw that smoke from Unique Legacy. Unique Legacy, totally understand the plan here. You know, spending this time in the blue circle 1, they need all the points, right? So if they get 1 or 2 eliminations, maybe even a squad wipe here this early on, that would be worth, you know, and then show up late to the actual circle. But when it comes to KR, they're not trying to risk it. They are a mid-pack team right now, so they're going to be doubling on back. Nice little view of the map here. Still, a lot of teams down there on the military base. Titan Gaming, one of the teams playing ultra slow. And look at this next circle. It's going to continue to shift up there in the north here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, these squads, I don't think they really recognize just how many people are still out in zone on the southern side. We're talking, obviously, when you get just into that blue zone, StrangersBD, SON, even XYQ, we're hugging the edge of that Papa Blue area. And obviously, Dauntless, they've been staying true to their tactics, playing that western edge, kind of coming in. But with this zone shift up towards Stahl, where there's a lot of elevation play these teams are going to have to be looking for. Obviously, the Golden Boys, Xtreme Ice, have perfect positions in this. For them, it'll obviously come down to where that kind of end game shifts towards or who it kind of favors. But the squad XYQ, they had that early engagement. Unfortunately, they have a man on the back of a buggy. Never really the best feeling if you're Nate on the back of it. You never like being that odd man out. It's one of the easiest kind of vehicles to get sprayed from. But going back to kind of your thing with these teams on that south side, I like Titan Gaming because they've done it before, but for KR Esports, I don't kind of like this idea of them maybe switching up and, you know, going for that sort of late game rotation play. Maybe it'll kind of bite them in the back if they're not really used to it. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. It is first game. Maybe they have that experience from scrims or previous competitions, but for the most part, still a lot of game left to play.
Yeah, and it does look like they are getting somewhat intertwined with Titan Gaming, so it could spell disaster depending on how those two teams really play this one out. But looking at the actual circle, the Golden Boys, I saw a couple people in the YouTube chat earlier on cheering them on, saying, Dave, you better pick the Golden Boys here today. I said, okay, you know, Golden Boys, I see it though, you know, 29 points behind second place. Still 6 more games to go. 1,000% doable here, Enigma.
Yeah.
And, well, they're going to be up there in Stalber. But very important fight here. Titan Gaming. So it does look like they got intertwined. It looks like they're going to be coming out on top right there, taking down Mombay. And to your point, KR down to just a solo now. Woo-wee.
Yeah, I mean, that Western Bridge where I think they lost a player to Unique Legacy. They're like, yeah, we're just going to turn back around and go the other way. And then that's how, oh, well, you know, Titan Gaming's here. We're going to get bridge camped the other side of it. Really unfortunate stuff to see out of the squad. They were in that sort of bubble range if they had a pop-off performance in game one, but that's unfortunately not going to be the case. And we're still talking this sort of blue zone action going on. Old Gangsters, Clown Carnate, I believe, on this western kind of edge. They might actually still be looking for the other Unique Legacy players, but the zone does pop. It pulls towards Yasnaya. Stalber Mountaintop is still in play, so the Golden Boys will be able to keep playing that elevation game. But I mean, look at this, that southern side, no risk. Titan Gaming even having to make the great migration into this next zone, and after this, I mean, the blue zone's really going to start ticking at you.
At least they got a tasty snack, you know, to hold them off before on that long road trip when we're talking Titan Gaming. And yeah, kind of going back to the KR play, they're 1,000% going to be scratching their head and probably wishing they would have just zoomed on right past Unique Legacy and took their chances, right, instead of doubling back on that West Bridge and playing a little slower. Running into Titan Gaming. So see these little decisions that, you know, it's going to have you losing sleep at night, especially on days like this when only top 2 will be qualifying. But let's get into the fight here because I do believe, yep, there's going to be 2 players from MANIC, the last 2 alive. Oh, make that one.
Whoa!
Trying to hold down this compound from StrangersBD, but they were not able to do so here, Enigma.
Yeah, it seemed like MANIC was playing this sort of rat angle. Maybe one of them made one singular step because I don't believe Unknown or any of StrangersBD knew that this squad was here, or at least the duo of MANIC was here. So little unfortunate to see. Imagine, you know, this idea of if they were a 4-man, could they have maybe wiped StrangersBD here at the compound? But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Kind of just 2 free points for the squad of StrangersBD. We're also seeing Titan Gaming with their rotation, losing a player on the movements, and surprisingly, Crow actually has all 3 of the eliminations for the squad.
Let's
go. That bridge play early on, you love to see it. He was kind of that name in this squad, Dave, where he wasn't really the one putting up numbers or, you know, kind of being called out for being that European player or anything. So I'm happy to see that all the players on this squad, they don't let the news or the fame affect them. They're all able to put up and start shooting their weapons. Yeah,
it does look like there was some type of issue with Kindness. I know Kindness was having power issues, I think, on day 1. So hopefully that's not the case here today, especially with them just trying to be in that top 2, right? Just trying to hold it down, essentially. But here we go. Another big fight. The Golden Eagles NA currently trying to defend the apartments over here. XYQ. Remember, this squad, they need to take as many fights as possible, win them, and then continue trucking on along because they are, what, minus 70 points behind that second place spot. So let's see what they can accomplish here.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's you against Golden Eagles. They name-dropped the Golden Eagles. If they were going to be the ones they were going to focus yesterday, the first 2 games, they did just that. Really throwing them off the ball, I think. Luckily for the Golden Eagles, they're able to bounce back near the end of day 2 to kind of stay in that potential for moving on to Americas. But now the issue is when you're XYQ, you're at apartments. I get that these buildings are great for you to hold, but that also means it's hard for you to push the Golden Eagles, and we can see it just now. The smoke grenades, all the util is going to have to be dumped, but XYQ, they find an opening knock. We got to see if they're really going to be able to make the move or not.
Yeah, we see the little smoke tunnel here, but it does look like they have decided to pump the brakes and not push across the way. Nice little laser beam right there. And the zone did favor both of these squads, so they don't necessarily need to be ultra aggressive, but we did see that knock, and I did see one of the Golden Eagles squad mates decide to cross that road here. We do see and hear the shots out there in the distance, but I believe the Golden Eagle is kind of getting distracted with another squad rotating past them, and well, that provided the perfect window for the revive over here on XYQ.
Yeah, no risk. Just went straight down the Asnaya road and just said, oh, hey, guys, this is taken. We're just going to go right by you. They went a little bit deeper into the zone, and obviously we see the KR Esports player just on the edge trying to go for that placement. But with top 15 teams alive here, you're not really going to be getting any until you're in that top 8 range. And for the most part, those teams that were on that north, Dave, on that western side, they're going to have to start moving in, because when it's mountain play, like I'd said before, around that Stalber area, when the zone starts closing, that means there's less room for you to play. And unfortunately, that means teams are going to start taking casualties.
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of goes back to the point, like the Golden Eagles, XYQ, pump the brakes, you know, let the lobby handle itself. Like you mentioned, in the north is just a mess now. We got Team Raid holding it down, Dauntless right beneath them on the low ground. But we got about 5 different teams trying to fight their way into the zone here. So we're going to have some squads get eliminated here very shortly. Klaus looking to get a nice little Molotov in the Harry Potter, trying to confirm the knock they had on a limb. But the teammates, the smokes, beautiful smokes to kind of block those sight lines and give a limb a chance to crawl back. But it does look like they were spotted after all.
Yeah, I like this sort of play from Dauntless. They were having this 1-2 split because you need to be able to hold this backside down. Obviously, Tensa, he is one of those stellar players we've talked about with the very impressive track record, to say the least, playing at PMGCs, playing in those sort of PMPLs back in the day and stuff like that. And to have someone like him as a squad, he's able to recognize, hey, we need to make sure we're watching all of our angles. Now, necessarily, he's not the IGL, but it doesn't help when someone's able to check all your T's and dot the I's, so to speak. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the only action. Dave, Inferno Esports now making their move towards the StrangersBD squad. And it's not actually going to be just them. It's going to be Golden Boys now coming down from the top of the mountain.
Yeah, Inferno Esports kind of just falling apart at the seams right there. We saw one of their players in a bush, pretty well hidden. Wasn't even spotted by the Golden Boys, but decided to pop up and pretty much give the Golden Boys a free elimination here. So now Inferno Esports down to just Jazz, the last one alive here, trying to take fights on multiple fronts. If I had to guess, the Golden Boys from the high ground are probably going to be spotting them out here very shortly once when the smokes dissipate. But this is going to be giving StrangersBD the much-needed time to get the revives, as we did see a couple of their squad mates knocked out in that whole engagement. So perfect, perfect time for them.
The zone itself is just making a sort of timer.
Wow, look at the zone. Yeah, holy cow.
Like, we're seeing Xtreme Ice and the likes of them will probably rotate towards this engagement. Inferno Esports, Jazz, he understands he has to kind of make a move. The Golden Boys are going to make their action, so to speak, happen in the next few seconds. But for the most part, you honestly need to just back up and give it. There's no way you're going to be winning this. And if they just drop the dime on you, Dave, it doesn't matter. StrangersBD able to keep 2 players alive, and now this is that western side. Unique Legacy coming in and taking the action to Xtreme Ice.
Hit him with a fadeaway right there. Yeah, we got Xtreme Ice over here and Unique Legacy all clashing it out here for this west side of the zone. Looks like Unique Legacy trying to avoid the grenades and, well, popping over here to Titan Gaming. Hello! How's it going? This is my boulder. EXO just said with the shotgun. Gonna be popping up, going for another one. Can we get 3? Yes, we can! Enigma right before getting taken out from Klaus from the third party. But regardless, that's a 3-peat right there. You love to see it. 3 points going their way.
I mean, if you don't move, if you don't see them, they can't see you. It's the perfect moment to strike. He's always been that player to find these crucial knocks. And when it came down to it, day 1, he won a 1v2, getting his team secured a top 3 placement in the first match of these qualifiers. And now he's doing the same thing day 3, getting themselves 3 points. But unfortunately, a lot of these teams, it's a common sign where these people are taking way too many casualties. Everyone's proning it out either on a smoke or a rock or a tree or just in the plain open. So hopefully these players are able to start actually making moves, or else you're going to be going out with 0 placements.
Yeah, and we have a lot of solos still left too, right? Like you mentioned, a lot of solos just trying to snake it out and trying to survive as long as possible right here. 11 teams still remain in the lobby. Looking at the couple solo down there. 2 solos to be exact. KR Hunter's still alive. We see them getting chunked out. They're about to be getting eliminated from Papa Blue. Here's another solo from Unique Legacy.
Ooh.
Spotted, tagged, and bagged, and down to just 10 teams. So I'm looking at the circle here. Dauntless still in it on the southern edge of the mountaintop. Up there, we can see. Holding it down. Nice angles. Team Raid on the tippy top of the hill. Awfully close, grouped up together. Holding down the angles. Besides that, any team in particular that you really favor their position right now?
I'm loving One Esports right now. They're trying to wipe out the southern side. If they can get Zuko in this vehicle, it would really open up this whole sort of hillside and maybe expose Dauntless's split. But with one of you getting knocked, especially with it, I believe, being Poppy Triste, the sort of star player for this team, it's not going to be doing good if that player gets eliminated. We're also seeing, though, rest of the squad, at least the solo of XYQ. Oh, my goodness. They're almost dropping it.
Good. The bounce. Oh, they still got him. They still got him.
See, it's got to be the caster, Chris Dave. I don't know what to say at this point.
You're like, I love their position. Pan to One Esports grenade. Confirm. Now, Cat God behind the antenna pole concrete base here. Position is compromised, and I don't even think Cat God is aware of the solo to the right of him from XYQ.
Ooh. That's not going to be it, Dave. Xtreme Ice as well, starting to rain their own little red zone down. Unfortunately, is going to still be on the One Esports squad. So kind of that fight on two fronts on this hillside is not something you want to be in between. While I'm seeing it as well, looks like StrangersBD will be moving down as well. But, you know, if you're... I was going to say if you're the XYQ player, but you did just get eliminated. If you're One Esports...
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, you know, if One Esports gets wiped, you might be able to snake in and get a few extra placements, but unfortunately, that won't be the case. Now, One Esports having to make that their playbook sort of idea, only being down to, I believe, just a solo. And surprisingly, a lot of these squads still have 3-4 players alive. We know just how important it is, kind of. What are you?
What was going on with the Golden Boys here? What are they doing? What was that? Okay, we'll have to get a confirmation from the Golden Boys. I don't know. I don't know. But talking about teams and positions, I love right now how Xtreme Ice are playing this one really slow. They had the 3 up in the zone. They were tunnel vision onto One Esports, trying to clear the southern half of the circle, but also kept Robert GG up in the north, pretty much protecting their backside from StrangersBD. And once when StrangersBD, when Robert recognize, okay, they're not going to be pushing the hillside, they're going to be on top of the hill, that's when Robert decided to group up with their teammates. And I'm really enjoying just Xtreme Ice Game 1 right now, Enigma.
Yeah, this squad, you know, they had a pretty good performance day 1. Day 2 was maybe a little bit less than what they expected as a team, but very much still, they have a chance of being one of our 2 NA representatives from this qualifier. This team has shown to me, at least, and I know a lot of the fans and other talents and stuff like that, that they're here to play. You cannot discredit them just yet. And like that play you just said, I like using that term caboose. He's caboose in the back. He's making sure no one makes that same rotation, because we've seen time and time again, people have these great ideas, but they just do it too early. Thankfully for them, they didn't make that mistake, allowing themselves to still, I believe, have 4 players up.
Sir.
And the man advantage in any fight is always something you'll take.
Yes, sir. They're going to be holding down that west side. StrangersBD, they have a duo on the tippy top of the hill, just right ahead of them. Dauntless still holding down their positions. Everybody has a couple moments to kind of breathe and really plan this one out. Robert GG repositioning that vehicle and making sure it's secure. Those tires, you never know. We might need to use it. Only in stage 6 right now. All these players just pretty much waiting to see where the next one goes. And there it is, the circle pop.
It's interesting, to say the least. I mean, I'm looking at Dauntless's position. I'm not sure what their game plan is going to be, because there's no way
kind of
you're going to be
separated.
able to hold. Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to hold this split comfortably, unless maybe Klaus rats it out. Xtreme Ice as well. They're going to look for their piece of the pine zone. It actually looks like they're going to focus the southern side, already trying to pressure tents and stuff like that. And I mean, look at this. He's instantly running to this ridge. He understands, hey, if these guys take it, it's over for us.
Yeah.
We'd be out in 6th place. So he's trying to be that sort of, I guess, thorn in the side of Xtreme Ice. But at some point, the man advantage, there's going to be too many angles for you to deal with. And unfortunately now with the zone closing in, it's only a matter of time.
And it goes back to that caboose, right? Tensa's going to be out here on the plateau, tossing grenades, smokes, taking shots, but is not going to be aware of Robert GG, right? And once when Robert GG gets the intel, we might have the sight lines onto Tensa. But we do got Bob up here on the high ground, kind of playing the guardian angel, making sure Tensa has the room to maneuver around here. But now they are going to be hunting. They're trying to lock down Tensa's position, take him out. Rushy, nice little grenade right there. We'll be flushing out Tensa from behind that boulder. Remix trying to secure this elimination here, trying to take out Tensa so we can take this position. And there it goes. And look who got him. Robert GG.
Yeah.
The caboose.
I mean, he had the vehicle as well. I think he just pulled up as well from the side. Too many angles to watch with Klaus being eliminated, trying to help. It was only really Bob giving support, and now we could see it just raining down nades, the pre-fires. It doesn't matter. Even if you get a knock, they're going to get the reset. Maybe, actually, if you get two, there's something that can be done, but for the most part, Xtreme Ice still in the power position. They don't have to worry too much about this sort of third-party potential from another squad. The North had their own little mini 4v4 battle, and
Bob has 6 grenades right now, down to just 4. So Bob has, I'm gonna say like a level 5 shield with this little boulder right here. It blocked 2 grenades already. Can it continue to block more? There goes another grenade blocked right there from this jagged edge here that Bob's holding down. Bob
He's getting
onto Rushy. Poppy Sour, that is, still going to be down and out over there. So Xtreme Ice, they are just getting battered by Bob himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, the nades, you carry them in the backpack for a reason, Dave. You're supposed to use them, and for the most part, I mean, getting that re-knock, I believe he actually got the thirst on one of the Xtreme Ice players, so really stalling this push from the squad. Robert GG, unfortunately, I think maybe should have just taken his time with some of those frag grenade tosses, but unfortunately that won't be the case. Bob, though,
what a spot.
We're talking top 5, and I mean, the lean angles, any of those peaks, it's just way too hard. Especially, I think he had a Groza on his back, so you knowing he has a crate weapon, I think is just too much of a mental block to really push this. But the full reset now, Dave, they're going for it. The S12K versus the Groza. I mean, you got multiple angles, though. Bit of pre-fire coming in, but the Molly's going to be on him. He gets one.
What? Did Bob still get it done?
Hey,
my goodness. Didn't get the confirm, though. But regardless, Bob and the Groza, the tracking was phenomenal right there.
Yeah, nice stuff as well. While that was going on, of course, we saw StrangersBD just now, unfortunately, getting ousted by the Unique Legacy solo, not realizing there was another snake next to them. Raid, that was a team up on the north. They finished their fight with the Golden Boys, I believe it was, wiping them out as a duo. So leaving us in this precarious, I guess you could say, 2v3v1, make that 2v3 situation. And for the most part, this is stage 8, Dave. There's going to be no more zone after this. And I'm only seeing a flat piece of land for people to play on.
Yep. And both of these teams desperately need this win to kind of kickstart their journey, right, when it comes to trying to qualify. So Team Raid, they came in this match 7th place, 38 points behind 2nd place Golden Eagles. Xtreme Ice, 22 points behind that 2nd place. So both of these squads have a nice chunk of eliminations going their way. So if they can get this winner chicken dinner, they're going to be right there within reach. And, well, 3-point, living up to their name. Going to be thirsted right there, making this a 3v1.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much you can really do in that situation. Right as you make your rotation, your teammate gets knocked. Great plays, though, out of the Xtreme Ice squad. This is that team, where they were kind of out of that bubble a little bit, but one solid game would be able to propel them forwards, and they're able to do just that in game 1.
Without a doubt.
Nice stuff, though, of course, with this squad. I mean, I'm really kind of just impressed with this sort of mindset the squad has developed over the last few days, especially, Taylor, I want to get your kind of opinion on it. With there being, the likes of the Xtreme Ice players, with being the trio, did you think they were going to maybe fumble it against Bob at the end, or did you think they had it in the bag?
Well, all I know is it's the best case scenario for Xtreme Ice to be able to come in and get the 9 eliminations, man, especially given the fact that Titan Gaming, well, they finished off with 6 eliminations, and I don't believe any overall placement points. And then you also have the boys and gals from One Esports getting 2 elims, no placement points, and then Dauntless finishing in 4th, which is respectable with 7 elims. That was a great game coming out from them, and the reason why I point those teams out is because Xtreme Ice was in contention to be up at the top. They started off the day in 5th place with 92 points. So they had a bit of a gap to catch up the Golden Eagles, but the good news for them is Golden Eagles ended up finishing up a little bit too early. Because of that, well, they could now potentially be in trouble. So good news for Xtreme Ice. They've got to be feeling solid. And also for Raid to be at the top, right? In 2nd place, a solid game with 8 eliminations, plus a 2nd place finish. Well, in terms of the teams that we were discussing in the top 3, well, they've got the most catching up to do. They were in 7th place with 76 total points. So at this point in time for Team Raid, they did the absolute best they could possibly do. For Xtreme Ice, that was the best case scenario they could have possibly had. So good on them. I like it. We'll see how far they can continue to go. But what do we take away from Game 1, right? Golden Eagles falling a bit short, Dave, and that's the biggest story, right? They get finished off by XYQ.
Yeah, Golden Eagles getting taken out. Titan Gaming as well, not having the best games, but they got some points on the board, and that's what's important, right? But Xtreme Ice NA, I think, going to be walking away the happiest, obviously, with the winner chicken dinner and their amount of eliminations. But shout out to Bob. Bob was putting in some work right there behind that little jagged edge. It was a perfect blocker for all those grenades that Xtreme Ice were tossing his way. But then I believe Xtreme Ice were like, listen, we need to take out this player if we want to win this game. They sent all their resources that way towards Bob. The Molotov was clutch, forced them out behind that boulder. And, well, we saw what happened there. But GG's. I mean, that was a pretty solid game, in my opinion, all things considered.
Oh, without question. That's honestly the best case scenario, right? Number 2 gets taken out early. Titan Gaming, they do decently well in terms of total eliminations, but not necessarily placements. One Esports fell off way too early as far as I'm concerned. Dauntless did okay. Yeah, that was great. Xtreme Ice getting 19 total points.
Wow.
Shouldn't put them in 2nd or top 2 at this point. Maybe it does, but it at least gets them closer. And again, Enigma, I look at Team Raid, right? A team that has a lot of ground to cover. That's an excellent start. If they can stay consistent like that, they might have a chance.
I mean, it's all about if they can do that sort of performance or maybe something even better back to back to back. Because that point gap, I mean, it's nothing to joke around about. And with there only being 6 games, now 5 after that one remaining, we know these other squads like Titan Gaming, like the likes of Xtreme Ice, they're still here in the lobby. It's not like they've gone anywhere. So these squads that are looking to make up points, you're going to still have to perform better than those top teams.
Golden Eagles, because they fall short at game number 1, Dave. Well, that means they are now at risk of dropping down out of the top 2. Just 3 points separate Xtreme Ice from Golden Eagles.
Yeah, Golden Eagles, I mean, that's what's going to happen when you get a 0-point game, right? Especially, with the point spread not being that much coming into the final day. And, well, now it's down to just 3. And listen, fellas, you know me. I'm a big fan of momentum. I believe in it. Xtreme Ice with that winner chicken dinner and all those eliminations. They're going to be feeling pretty confident after their game number 1. So I'm hoping the Golden Eagles could kind of find that confidence and forget about the 0-point game they just had and just focus on the day. We still got 5 more games to go. We got it. Lock it in. Lock it in is what I'm saying, because if they get another similar game to this one, I don't know, fellas. I don't know. It's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough to continue to cheer for them at that point.
And that's a fact. I will say this. Yesterday, they had 2 goose eggs on map 1 and map 2, and then they finished off the day in 2nd place. So they had to overcome a lot of adversity and regain. So they showed their ability to regain yesterday. I fully believe that they can do so this time. But this is all you get. 5 more maps. There are no other days. There are no additional maps. You only get 5 now to make it happen to place in the top 2. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 2, Miramar, coming your way.
Version 3.3 brings tons of new updates to Metro Royale. Let's check them out together. To start off, we added 2 shotgun faction weapons. They are the DBS and S12K. With their addition, you have more faction weapon choices than ever. Additionally, we've improved the damage dealt by all faction weapons, including the Cobras and Steel Front weapons. Their damage multiplier has increased from 15% to 25%. That should make faction weapons a fantastic choice in the new version. What's more, we've added a new special trait modification system. In this system, you can forge or modify fabled equipment traits to give them new bonus special traits or change existing ones. These traits greatly increase your effectiveness against bandits and PvE enemies. Keep in mind that both forging and modifying traits require schematics, which only appear in Zombie Uprising mode. I bet you're super excited to try out all these new weapon updates for yourself. Make sure to do so in the new version. If you have any feedback, let us know in the comments. PUBG Mobile version 3.3 is here. Let's see how Classic Mode has been updated. First, we've made changes to the following areas in Erangel: Stalber, Ruins, and Milta. The adjustments are as follows. Stalber has been completely overhauled. We've renovated it into a completely new observatory that replaces the existing buildings. Gather supplies and engage in combat within the observatory. We've also added a zipline outside to help you reach the top of the building and return to the ground with ease. Try it out and see what else you can do with it. As for Milta, we improved its layout so supplies can be collected more efficiently. The areas are more tightly concentrated, making it much easier to plan your route. Lastly, we improved the Ruins layout, resource availability, and search routes. Please be aware that after this update, supply warehouses will no longer appear in Erangel. It is being replaced with a new way of getting supplies: Intel rooms. They contain loads of supplies, including armor, weapons, and other items. Open them with secret room keys that can be found throughout Erangel. Time to go exploring. In this update, we've added a new weapon, the DSR Sniper Rifle. This is a dual-mag bolt-action rifle with high accuracy and high damage. It can be equipped with scopes, muzzles, magazines, and cheek pad attachments. DSR has a unique dual magazine mechanic. When the default magazine is empty, it will quickly be switched out, allowing you to continue attacking in quick succession. But keep in mind that the DSR can't be picked up in Classic Mode. It has to be acquired from a supply shop or the mobile shop. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. In addition to all of this, we've made a few general improvements. Let's check them out. First, we've made some adjustments related to swapping seats in vehicles. Now, you can just swipe the change seat button in the direction of an empty seat to directly move to it. Moving on, the Quick Parachute feature has been added to Classic Mode and Payload. The Quick Parachute button will appear once you reach a certain altitude. Use it to immediately deploy the parachute or put it away. The choice is yours. Next up are a few action improvements. Transitions have become much smoother when switching from third to first-person perspective and when aiming down sights. Enjoy smoother transitions in your matches. We have also added a new exclusive Inspect Pan emote. Try it out. In this version, we launched the new Memory Vault system. It can be accessed from the social lobby. From this version onwards, you'll get to display photos from each version in a 3x3 grid. Save your unforgettable moments. Plus, you can share your photos so others can peruse your cherished moments. Photos uploaded to the Memory Vault are saved permanently. Fill it up with precious memories. That's it for the main Classic Mode updates in this new version. If you have any feedback, let us know in the comments.
All right, map 1 down. That's Aaron Gell for Xtreme Ice. 5 more to go to determine top 2. Who's it going to be? Chat, get your predictions in early because I'd love to hear what you have to say. Miramar, a map that at the start of this whole thing was Xtreme Ice. They dominated it, winning both Miramars on day 1. And then StrangersBD, well, they ruined that along with Dauntless winning themselves yesterday. And Dauntless, a team that did fairly well in game number 1. And well, they've got some catching up to do if they want to be top 2, and they're looking to do exactly that. Now at 108, where Golden Eagles are at 114. The door is wide open at this point, Dave, right? For Dauntless and for Esports, for, more importantly, Xtreme Ice to jump up after their incredible win after map 1.
Yeah, especially like you mentioned, Xtreme Ice, you said that they're pretty good on Miramar, right? And that's where we're headed next. And you have to imagine after that game 1 performance, they're going to be feeling confident. They're going to be feeling good. And they're just looking to lock in, right? Lock in and confirm themselves that top 2. And has me a little worried about the Golden Eagles. You know, they got the goose egg, but you did say that they had 2 goose eggs yesterday as well in game 1 and 2, and then they kind of bounced back. The thing is, with today being the last day, I feel like that pressure, that knob, that dial is just cranked up even more, right? So compared to yesterday, hopefully they can pull it through. I'm a big fan of the Golden Eagles, but I got to tell them, listen, we can't have another 0-point game. We got to get at least some eliminations on the board to keep us afloat here, fellas.
Yeah, you don't want to have to resort to going to the final map and have to bring out a 20-point game in order to win. And Dave, right back at you. Since you're bringing the knowledge bombs, bring me your prediction. Who you going with for map number 2, Miramar?
Can I just pick Bob? Can I just pick Bob as a prediction?
Just Bob.
Just Bob. Yeah, Dauntless. Let's go with Dauntless. I think, Bob had 800 damage done that game. Was trying to get a couple of confirms at the end. But if Bob had the rest of the squad, you know, they were playing a little too separated, in my opinion, in that late game. And I think it goes back to just like how new they are, trying to gel or whatnot. But if Bob would have had some additional support at the end right there, I feel like they would have had the win. So I'm going to go with Dauntless here for game number 2.
That's a great pick. I actually might go with Dauntless myself, but I'm going to wait until Enigma does his pick. Who you going with?
Okay, I'm not choosing one player. I'm going with the whole team. I'm going with the back-to-back kind of idea. I'm going Xtreme Ice winning Miramar here.
Xtreme Ice. And you know what? That's not even a risky pick, man. They win game number 1. They won 2 Miramars on day number 1. Xtreme Ice is a solid pick. For me, though, I'm going with Dave. I'm going Dauntless. I think Dauntless it has to be my pick. I supported them off of day number 1. I love their story, and I think their story is going to continue to develop. They're developing as a team. Right before our eyes, they're getting better and better, and I love Bob as the IGL. I really do. I love the fact Tensa was brought on, you know, just 10 minutes before roster lock. You know, I love the fact that obviously Klaus has been this OG member here, you know, Casper being on this roster too. Like, they just make magic happen. And I think Dauntless' story, well, there's still a lot more to tell. We haven't reached a final chapter yet. They're going to break in the top 2 after this Miramar. Let's find out, right? Map number 2, Miramar. Chat, get your predictions in and let us know if we're right or wrong. Mustache Dave Enigma, take it away.
You know, I'm not too sure if Miramar is that magical of a place, I guess you could say. It's kind of hot, and, you know, there's a lot of sand and there's dirt on the ground, Dave. But I do like that idea Taylor said, where it's, you know, these squads, they're able to make magic happen. It's them being able to come forward and really show that they're able to evolve and kind of adapt to the competition. And, you know, what's at stake here for everyone, in case you've forgotten, is top 2. That's the number we can see on this left side. They're at 108 in 4th place. Second is just a few points ahead of them. So these squads that are all in that bubble, they've had their own magical moments, but we'll just have to wait and see if Dauntless is going to be that team at the end of it all that is going to have that last laugh.
Yeah, I am definitely cheering for Dauntless, but I am somewhat conflicted, right? Because only 2 teams from this lobby will make it to that next stage. And honestly, like, I don't know who I'd want Dauntless to kind of replace. I'm a big fan of Titan Gaming and the Golden Eagles. I just can't decide, so I guess the players will have to decide for me here. But talking about deciding, the Golden Boys looking for some golden points here really early on. I already see a couple knocks. This is going to be MANIC, the last place team in the lobby. going to be getting farmed right now from the Golden Boys, who, if I'm not mistaken, Golden Boys are 25 points behind that second place golden ticket spot here. So let's see if the last player from MANIC got the Bowie knife, got the green screen suit, if they can pull out the hero play right now, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of deja vu from yesterday. That same exact wall was where their squad was wiped yesterday, and now the Golden Boys, they understand where the solo's at. The green screen outfit's not going to work if we don't have the chroma up, but for him, you know, he does find one, doesn't go for the thirst, so Golden Boys picking up 4 free eliminations, it seems, early on. No one near them either to try to kind of contest a third party. And if you're the Golden Boys, you know, you just said that 20-plus point range you got to make up. Obviously, we've seen a lot of these teams in that first, second, third, fourth place range. When they get their wins, they're dropping 8, 10, 12, even 14 eliminations. Yep. And it's kind of that idea, for me at least, where it always starts with 1. And you getting 4, you know, that's a lot better than 1. It's just a matter of, can they keep that momentum that you like to say going forward. And one of the teams that never really has found their stride yet is this XYQ squad. They always get these early engagements, but unfortunately just seems like the Golden Eagles are just getting the better end of the stick against them.
4 is better than 1. And I guess the Golden Eagles are saying the same thing because they got 4 up compared to XYQ with only 3 up. And it does look like the Golden Eagles are slowly starting to surround XYQ, get them pinched down. I see Bray all the way down there in the south was able to acquire a vehicle. Might opt to try to get on the mountaintop to overlook XYQ, and Brady's still in the buildings, awfully close. Looks like a couple of squad mates from the Golden Eagles still going for some loot, you know, looking for some helmets, the most optimal gear here to take the fight, but they are 1,000% going to be slowly contracting and pinching in XYQ here underneath their grip. So it's really going to come down to if XYQ can hit these shots and get these quick thirst before the Golden Eagles can use their numbers advantage up against them.
Yeah, I think the main part is going to be this sort of mountaintop. The elevation play is always something you can't play with in the competitiveness of PUBG Mobile, and we see it right now. Brazen, he was able to actually use that vehicle and rotate up and regroup with his squad. It's actually going to be 3 players up here. I thought it'd be just 2 from the Golden Eagles squad. Balak now 1v3 situation, no help from the team, but Frady's not going to check it. Knock and instant thirst from XYQ. So 1 for 1 so far. And Nate, he's kind of in a precarious spot trying to give support. I think the Golden Eagles were just surprised with where the XYQ members decided to rat and make their stance, I guess, in these fights. But now Mozo, he's got the high ground. He understands a bit where Balak's at, but not enough. The nade's going to be missing. And this is one of those fights, you know, where I really just feel bad for the Golden Eagles because every player you lose early on is just going to be that much harder in the late game for you to overcome. And unfortunately, you know, with this being only the second match of the day, you having a 0 point and now potentially going out early, it's never a sight to see.
Love Mozo's outfit, by the way. Definitely dressed for the occasion. Let's see what Bray could do, though. Going to be cooking their 1 grenade, no helmet, really looking to hit the mark here. Will be doing just that. Huge grenade right there. Bray should be able to get the confirm, but kind of going back to your point, like you said, you felt bad almost for the Golden Eagles for losing Frady right there. Personally, I don't. They need to use this as a learning experience because they knew there was a team over here. They knew they had the numbers advantage, but yet they're just kind of investigating on their own, right? One at a time. And, you know, there's snakes over here looking to confirm the knock immediately. So not exactly sure why Frady was by themselves on that push. And, well, they paid the ultimate price here. And like you mentioned, it's going to be setting back here a couple pegs, especially with all that's on the line for the Golden Eagles. We saw game 1, 0 points. Fortunate for them. At least they have 2 right now. Looking to get 3, but they're going to be down a member. So it's going to hurt them here come late game.
Yeah, I think this is kind of nice, though, when you're contested off drop, and you do win the fight, especially when a player like that. I mean, Valak was trying to head for the hills, or I guess the buildings, and just getting shot in the back. Legend still being that caboose player off in the buildings, and they do have one solo of XYQ still kind of up on the mountain. Maybe he'll be able to play spoiler like Valak early on. I actually see the shots are going down, and he was able to be the spoiler. Mozo pulling a Frady.
The same thing.
Forgetting.
The same thing.
Everyone's in their own world, I guess, Dave. I don't know what to say.
They need to be at least playing with two together. Am I wrong for?
No.
Okay.
We're never wrong, Dave.
We're never wrong.
We're always
right. That is true.
Yeah.
Always right. But yeah, at least kind of moving together as a duo, right? In my opinion, because right there is a prime example why you don't want to be solo here, out of sight from your squad mate to be able to easily provide that cover fire if you do get knocked, to try to put a stop to the instant confirm right there. And yeah, the Golden Eagles, hey, we got some eliminations, sure, but now we're down to a duo here. And it is very early on this Miramar map here, Enigma. Yeah,
I mean, the duo, I really like your idea of, it's a learning experience. And I would rather have had that learning experience be just, the trio living. But now with it being a duo, I mean, it's almost a complete disaster. Yeah, you
and Dauntless are over here too. I mean, to make matters even worse, right? Dauntless is a team only 6 points behind your second place finish, or your second place team. So yeah, the duo from the Golden Eagles, they're gonna have to, oh my goodness, they're gonna have to rotate through here. And look at this, Dauntless locked in. Enigma, I've never seen a team more locked in my life here, and they're trying to take out the Golden Eagles here.
Well, when your leaderboard's so close, like you just said, I'm also seeing Titan Gaming is just south of them. They could even rotate. I mean, everyone sees that sort of elimination feed. The Golden Eagles are struggling on members, and Dauntless, yeah, they were the first team to do that, but maybe we'll see 3, if not 4 teams start to kind of congest on this western edge of zone. And if you're Dauntless, I really do enjoy seeing this because it shows that they're coherent. They're seeing what's going on match per match with that leaderboard and stuff like that. It does seem like they are going to back up, but the concept that we wanted to see, Dave, was there, and hopefully we can keep seeing more of that as the night moves forward. But
yeah, and we saw Dauntless right there taking some shots right onto the Golden Eagles, forcing the Golden Eagles to make a wide rotate up there towards the north. And I'm sure, at this point of competitive PUBG Mobile, you kind of have a feel for the possible rotational paths, right? So Dauntless, they might even be looking ahead, anticipating where the duo from the Golden Eagles plan to rotate through and cut them off once again. So definitely a big fan of kind of what we're watching here. But yeah, let's get into the game here, because we got a couple teams that are going to be up there on the mountaintops in the actual zone south of San Martin. But big storylines kind of unfolding in front of us. I mean, we got the Golden Eagles, we got Dauntless, you mentioned Titan Gaming down there. So pretty much the top 3 just magnets right now on this Miramar map.
Yeah, and that's always a scary thing, because it could really go anyway with those squads. If a player just makes one simple mistake, you go from a 3v4 to a 1v4, potentially even a 3v1 if you're on the weaker end of the stick and the other team makes those mistakes. And we had seen it yesterday. Dauntless, they go back-to-back wins, game 4 and 5, and they drop 1 point in that last match. So some of these teams do get heat checked even with that momentum swing coming forward into them. And I'm hoping that these players are really able to keep their heads kind of locked in and not really losing their cool, to say the least.
Lock it in. Losing their cool here on Miramar. It is the map that you most likely lose that cool on, as you mentioned. You're not a big fan of the sand here on Miramar. I kind of get that vibe.
You can see me. Okay, I'm not that much tanned. The heat doesn't really... I don't like getting sunburned.
Doesn't really go well.
No. Something that's not going well, though, Dave. Titan Gaming, they actually full sent on the Golden Eagles, it seems. This is going to be on the far west side of the map. And Kindness getting put down, but thankfully for them, Crow's going to be there in the action. Titan Gaming seemed to be a 3 or 5 second fight going full 4-man wipe. They're going to have a few free eliminations.
At least the Golden Eagles got 3 points here this game, and like Reflections mentioned yesterday, game 1, game 2, slow start, but then they started to ramp up. So hopefully that will be the case here tonight for the Golden Eagles and all those fans out there cheering them on to be top 2. And we'll have to pick up that storyline here in game number 3 because they were eliminated. And getting back into the match, Olim up here on the high ground. Got the Golden Boys right beneath them. And, well, Team Raid 8 eliminations last game. So they're feeling good here. Olim can get a couple knocks with this grenade. His boys already ready, locked in the vehicles right beneath them to make this push. Love to see it, but it does look like Olim is going to be kind of scaring them off here. And, well, they're going to be venturing out to blue here.
Well, they chose the exact perfect timing. I mean, if those other 2 players were able to get shots down, it would have been disastrous for the squad. But the Golden Boys, who were literally just rotating away, finding KR Esports with nothing in their hands on rotation. Unfortunately, one of them will be getting knocked and thirsted, but bit of a weird coincidence going on with this roadside on the south, and that all kind of stems from Team Raid just having that solo leading to a trio. Completely.
That's just like KR Esports like story though, right? It's unlucky, right? Last game, instead of going for the risky push across the bridge, they wrapped around, ran into Titan. This game, they're literally passing Picado. Things are going well. I have to assume when the team comes like, yeah, we're gonna go here. We're gonna hold down that spot, and we're looking good. You know, we got all the loot, all the meds. We got our level 2 gear, and then next thing you know, the Golden Boys just come cruising right by you with the drive-by. Like, how random and unlucky is that for KR?
I mean, you hate to see it, to say the least. Unfortunately, though, the South Side's still going to have all the action in the world. Team Raid rotated in. Their solo is holding that edge of zone for them. StrangersBD now making their notion up the mountain. I believe 4th place last game. Actually getting shot in the back by old Gangsters. So a little bit of a third party. And with this being so edged to the zone, I'm almost worried for both these teams because, in all honesty, if you start trading any one of these teams coming for the third party and potentially ruin your chances of making that top 2 tonight.
Yeah, totally agree. And Olim trying to hold down the alternate angle over there on the edge. Make sure his teammates don't get backstabbed. Same thing with Vic over there, a little further into the zone. Next circle does pop, though, so it does favor both of these teams. Now they should be able to place one a little slower. But what is happening here? The teamwork.
Seemed like one of them was knocked, I think, by a Golden Boys player all the way out in zone. But, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're having to make the rotation because you could put down players in the vehicle, Dave. But if you're going to get turned on as well, Crow coming in big for his squad again. Opening, knocking. Look at it. They're hitting the 180 turn. We're wanting back in the action. Unfortunately, though, for the Titan Gaming squad, I don't think they realize Dauntless is now coming in for the third party. And at some point, I mean, you got to either choose, Dave. Are you going to the zone or are you picking this fight?
Exactly. Big fight happening right now. And Klaus, the only one down here, their 3 teammates are going to be up there in the north. Unfortunate for them. So they really can't commit everything to this fight. And I do believe that, Titan Gaming recognizing that, going to be getting the pickup and repositioning, opting to kind of play the zone here a little more compared to taking out Klaus. And Klaus doing the same thing. So both of these teams, Titan Gaming and Dauntless, will be able to pull back to safety for the time being to kind of live to fight another day, essentially right there. But yeah, that was almost bad, almost a disaster for Titan Gaming. That was a close call.
Yeah, I like the idea from Golden Boys. They really had a moment of brilliance there with getting a knock in blue zone and then all 4 of them full sent it in, but maybe it was just a little bit too much of blue zone damage. It seemed like they were wiped pretty quickly from the likes of Crow and them, so fortunate to see. But a lot of these teams, they opted not to mess with that sort of blue zone. They're actually going to be down in San Martin here. I believe it's at least 3, if not 4 teams now with Titan Gaming coming in. So these players, there's still going to be 11 teams alive, but A lot of them keeping 4. Actually, it's all of them but Inferno Esports having 4 players alive. So basically a full lobby still in here coming into zone number 4.
Full lobby. And you got to respect the Golden Boys. At least they went out with 7 eliminations, right? So those points are extremely important here, especially because we are on the last day. And the Golden Boys, they're, at least coming into this game, they were 25 points behind the Golden Eagles in second place. So those 7 eliminations are definitely going to help them on their climb to qualify. Titan Gaming currently with 6 eliminations. They're still in first place. Got a nice little lead between them and the Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles, they were the team that was on the cusp, only 3 points ahead of Xtreme Ice. So they're going to be biting their fingernails here come this game. But Xtreme Ice, 0 eliminations so far, but they have the whole team up. So is not done yet. StrangersBD over here getting shot, getting peppered from downrange. Do have a nice little spot for the time being, but they're trying to locate exactly who is shooting them and from what direction. I believe it's going to be Team Raid. Trying to get a confirm over here. Fishy going for the revive. Should be able to get it.
Yeah, this spot's one of those things where you're kind of just waiting for that next zone to pop. We do see it because they're wanting to leave this place immediately. With Team Raid kind of circling around you, obviously Inferno Esports as well, getting shots from down below. You're really needing to make sure that you're not going to be the ones caught out in the blue zone. Everyone starting to make the rotations. Obviously, we see the likes of Dauntless and stuff, but StrangersBD, they have yet to make it out of here. And I think off that knock, Dave, Team Raid is finally going to be making their aggression and trying to wipe out their backside.
Yeah, Unknown peeked up their head and like, yep, they're still here. And that knock was the knock to pretty much make the call for Team Raid to just flush them out. Little jump shot right there, 360, but fortunate for them, 3-point had a teammate there ready to provide the support so they don't get thirsted. And, well, I'll take those 4 points all day. Let's see if we can get the last one on the Jess. This is a completely separate team. Jess using this window of opportunity to try to survive a little longer, group up with their teammates. Looks like they were able to do just that. But Team Raid, I mean, once again, they are in need of points, right? They recognize how far they are behind that qualifying spot. Team Raid last game, a bunch of points going their way, and they're going to continue that storyline here in game number 2.
Yeah, game 2, we're seeing it as well. Unique Legacy made the rotation in towards Inferno Esports, who was the trio coming into the zone. And unfortunately for them, it seems like this hillside is not going to be in their favor. The pre-fires come out, and Unique Legacy getting the wipe. They do lose 2 players, potentially even 3. But for them, you know, any points is good. But old Gangsters, they have had this spot since the get-go, Dave. And for them, now it's starting to give them fruits of life.
Yeah, starting to come together without a doubt, and I do believe they recognize that Team Raid are going to be down in the south as well, so that might be another skirmish that they're going to be forced to take here. Unfortunate for the old Gangsters, though, is I feel like they've been putting in the damage, but not really able to capitalize on the actual points, as they only have 1 elimination. Unfortunate for them, but the game's not over yet, and they got a nice little spread down there in the south, overlooking straight out of Nepal and Team Raid, so we'll keep tabs on them as we're going to be tuning on in with Titan Gaming. Looks like EXO was knocked out in the push, was able to get picked up. That is going to be One Esports right across the way. Friendly neighbors, of course, for the time being. But for how long? I like how we have this circle, that main road, just kind of, you know, dividing it right in half. You got the teams in the north and the teams in the south here.
I see it as they kind of got their own little world going on, you know, like
they're playing different games right now.
Even if it's to the east, like straight out of Nepal, you could even say is in their own little third world. But, you know, these zones, I really kind of want to make a note of it, is especially with every single team having 4 players alive, depending on where this zone shifts, we'll see it right now. You're going to see a lot of these teams have to really commit to these 4-man plays, whether it's going from building to building, whether it's going for that smoke play across the road. It's going to really come down to who's able to execute better than others. And Dauntless now, they're making their execution. They had this far north side, Dave, now turning their sights to no risk, but the nades aren't really going to connect just yet. You got to get the solo player at some point.
Yeah, they're just applying so much pressure right now onto No Risk, and No Risk, they're just trying to avoid the fight, essentially, with Dauntless. Of course, Bob is going to be knocked out right there. They should be able to get the pickup. Benny trying to third party, trying to help his teammate from getting thirsted, not able to do just that. Benny with a little lean peek, but they are going to be in the circle, so Dauntless, they do need to reposition. It's either going to be through No Risk or go for that that wide wraparound. Regardless, it's going to be difficult, especially with Xtreme Ice over there on the northeast. I mean, if you're in the game here and you're Bob, what are you seeing right now, Enigma?
I mean, I'm seeing No Risk made a fatal flaw having a solo back there, and I think you're going to have to just look at and say, hey, we got to start pushing either this team, we just got a solo player on, or we got to start moving around and seeing what actually is open, because we can see this west side of the road is potentially free. It looks like they're not going to make that cross just yet. None of those players being knocked yet, and actually looks like Klaus getting another opening onto the No Risk squad. So a duo now. They are still out of zone now, just reaching in, but why would you stop here at this point, Dave, if you know this is the same squad you just got one down on? And the nades now, these got to be coming in clutch. Havoc, he made it happen with one, but is it going to be enough to halt Dauntless?
Yeah, it comes down to the utility count and how many more grenades they got in the pocket. I have to assume Havoc down to none right there because we did not see the follow-up. So now Klaus going to be popping out with their Molotov, their M249. We got tons of ammo. Nice little molly to stop the window peek. Klaus is just hitting these shots through the window. Now Casper knocking on the front door of Havoc, waiting for the Molotov to dissipate. Havoc back against the wall, and we got the whole team of Dauntless looking to flush them out here. Teamwork definitely making the dream work. You'll love to see it. Havoc was knocked out, but Crow with a third party getting a clutch knock right there on Dauntless.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just Havoc, just too many numbers, too many angles he has to watch for. And then if the player's hitting that sort of jump angle onto the windowsill, there's not much he can really do about it. Unfortunately, his teammate was knocked as well when the Dauntless players were crossing, so there was no additional support when these plays were happening. And we can get this nice overhead view. Dauntless still able to get the reset and have their full squad up. So these teams, we're still seeing that the eliminations are starting to rack up for some of these squads, but for other teams, they're falling under the pressure.
Yeah, and we can see, you know, Dauntless only a week old, right? This roster, this team playing together, but they're playing as a unit. They're working together. They understand it's a team game, and I'm still harping on the Golden Eagles early game play, man. They were not moving together as a unit. Like you mentioned, they're kind of all off of their own little individual missions, trying to get the elimination, and it didn't play in their favor. So I think a lot of teams in this lobby can definitely take some inspiration from the fact of, it's a team game, you know, so play as a unit. Use your numbers. And right there is what Dauntless did. And they still have the whole squad alive, right? And they had multiple knocks in their end throughout all those engagements just to kind of push into the circle. But they're still a four-man unit, right? So Dauntless, big fan. They're not going to be in the next circle, so they're going to have to regroup, heal up, and do the same thing, Enigma.
Yeah, and another squad I'd like to make note of, too, that has played as that four-man team is One Esports. Just now, I mean, before this zone, I don't think they had any sort of knocks in the feed at all. So they like playing for those late-game eliminations. But as this team goes, it's a lot of them like playing together. They don't like overextending. They don't like being that playmaker. And, you know, some teams, they thrive off having someone like that. This team doesn't. They like playing their game. They don't like bending their rules to anyone or any squad that comes their way. And there's a reason why they're in that top 5 contention, going for that top 2 placement potentially. Unfortunately, though, for them, they're going to have to deal with Dauntless. This is the team that's been steamrolling everyone, Dave, it seems, on this north side. now turn into this main billboard building.
Yeah, it does look like One Esports are going to be somewhat separated here, holding down multiple points of interest. Got Team Raid, they went for a push on the broken wall over there. Yeah, I'm looking at Dauntless. Now, Dauntless, they're going to be in the zone in that position, so I'm almost curious if they'll kind of just pump the brakes and call it what it is and wait it out, really see where the next circle goes. Try to get some eliminations that walk their direction, of course, but I can't imagine them trying to go for an aggressive push right now. They do got the cover to work with. Klaus does have a grenade ready to let that one rip, given the opportunity. 8 teams still remain in the lobby here.
Jeez.
A lot of cover, a lot of angles to be had here. Never know who might be hiding around what corner.
That kind of goes back to that Golden Eagles, you know, got to clear every angle, got to clear every spot, especially this late game. We could see it's probably going to be that zone 9 finish where it goes to nothing. You're going to have to make sure there's no rats throwing you out on the walls or maybe eating blue zone potentially. Dauntless, though, they're not wanting to wait for that angle. They were looking for that push, but Tensa, unfortunately, getting beamed out by Poppy Triste, I believe, one of the off-angle players. And Dauntless, they were kind of in the prime position. Now, One Esports coming in, but they don't know about the rats. Bob gets one. Still potentially sticking the reset. Casper potentially able to make the magic happen. Klaus, nade primed in hand, and he's got to go for these pre-fires. Something has to connect. You need to bring this back for your squad. One of them does go down off the nade. He gets out of the room, and the player's 1 HP, and Klaus goes out the window. Not finding him just yet. Cat God finding the angle, and unfortunately for them, throwing the 4v3 angle. Dauntless coming out on top, and Klaus with 5 eliminations to his name.
Yeah, Klaus vaulting out of the window, so instead of opting to be stuck within the room with the grenades, the Molotovs, really having the 200 IQ play from the window right there. But Titan Gaming, they watched this whole battle unfold right in front of them, and, well, they let the grenades do the talking. 10 eliminations going the way of Titan Gaming right now. 4 teams to go. Xtreme Ice, another huge opportunity for this squad when it comes to trying to breach that top 2 position here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only 4-man squad. They only have those few eliminations to their name, but they're looking to play that late game. They want to make sure they confirm as many points as possible. We're seeing there, Kindness, he's holding the caboose angle, of course, making it look easy getting a solo in these squads with the zone coming in. Every step matters. Every bit of HP matters, and including that utility usage, everything needs to be on point if you want to win this zone, Dave. And for the most part, I'm loving Xtreme Ice right now. They got all their players up, and they still got all their utility to use.
Yeah, and Poppy Sour has this clutch little broken wall right here.
Wow.
This wall is so clutch. And this is stage 9, so it just straight up centers up here. You have to assume it is late game, so the utility is going to be pretty low. We currently see Titan Gaming trying to toss everything they got in the pocket before making the push. Crow doesn't care about the wall right there. Going to be using the grenade, creating a mini red zone. Take out Poppy Sour, crawling behind the RV. Let's see if Russia can pick him up. I'm surprised. Across the way, straight on Nepal, not really making noise right now. Kind of letting this engagement unfold across the road here. Crow still with 4 more grenades, looking to connect it, tossing the long arm. Is it good? It is good, baby!
I mean, this is why you wait. You save the utility, and Crow is making it look easy from downtown. Now Remix, I mean, you had the full squad up, and you just get pieced apart without even getting to shoot your gun. Titan Gaming, from 0 to hero, wiping the likes of Xtreme Ice, making it look easy out here on Miramar.
Wow, the grenades right there. I believe Crow had 6 eliminations, over 1,000 damage done. EXO, 4 eliminations. Kindness with 3, and Poncho with 1 elimination. Titan Gaming, they didn't want to leave it to chance. You know, today's the last day. They want to qualify. They're in first place. They said, listen, we're going to get this win, and we're going to get a bunch of eliminations to strengthen their first place on the overall. Right here, Reflections?
Yeah. Without a doubt, you know, they started off day one. It was kind of like, oh, Titan Gaming, it's a bit hit and miss, but they've been coming into their own from day 2 to day 3. Again, it's still a relatively new roster, right? So they had to get their legs underneath them, figure it out, what's going to work, what doesn't work, and I think now they're hitting their stride. I mean, that's 2 games that are relatively decent. Game number 1, granted, they did finish off a little bit earlier than they wanted, but 6 eliminations. So they take that to the bank. They were already in first, so they extended their lead, and this game is going to help them out tremendously. First place plus a ton of eliminations. EXO as well as Crow really holding their own, and it's nice to see Crow stepping it up because he's been relatively sluggish, not only from last game but a little bit from yesterday as well. So Crow coming into the mix, showcasing why he's here and what he wants. But from one high note to a low note, Enigma, let's go to you because Golden Eagles, it just appeared disconjointed. I know Dave was hitting on that. Their pushes, they're a little bit lackluster. We mentioned yesterday, you know, they started off with 2 goose eggs, and this is their 2, right? They need to step it up in map 3, but right now, they're not looking the best.
Listen, I mean, the broke clock is right twice today, I guess, in that regard, but I'm not really picturing this squad being able to bounce back when it's the last day of the qualifiers where you have to be in that top 2 range, having a repeat of yesterday. I think that mental strain is just way too much for some of these squads, and if you're the Golden Eagles, it was really just a showcase, this game especially, of them not really checking their corners, crossing their T's or dotting your I's, whatever phrase you want to put to it. Just the fact of the matter that maybe they're just mentally disconnected. And for our teams that we want in that top 2, we want the best of the best, and that means you got to be connected as one.
That's right.
Wings
and
might
you
have
can't
been clipped.
Wings might have been clipped, and I hate to hear that. I really do, especially coming from you, but it's true. The thing is, you can't have a lot of lackluster games or inconsistencies when it comes to the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season, and that's what everyone is currently playing for. One Esports, another team that hasn't performed the best off these past 2 games. They started off the day with a real chance to break into top 2, but Dave, at this point, I'm getting a little bit worried that Titan Gaming, first and foremost, looked to be solidifying first place without a doubt. But now it comes down to Xtreme Ice, who's been on fire the past 2 maps, putting the extra pressure on One Esports, on Team Raid, right? And even Golden Eagles at this point.
Yeah, Titan Gaming already locked in. I just got done licking the envelope. I sent it in the mail, so we should see them come that next stage. But going to your point with One Esports, Golden Eagles, haven't seen anything, in my opinion, from these 2 teams. Yeah, they got 1 or 2 eliminations going their way. Sure, that's cool. But Xtreme Ice, NA, and Dauntless, they're just playing at another level here tonight.
Yeah.
Dauntless game 1, 7 eliminations. Dauntless game 2, another 7 eliminations going their way. So they're just playing consistent, right?
Right. By the way, 24 points for Titan Gaming is the highest we've seen yet. I think 21, 22 was the highest by far over the past 2 days. 24 is ridiculous. 14 eliminations is nutty, to say the least. Xtreme Ice still cruising. Old Gangsters, nice to see them. They had a little bit of a victory yesterday in one of the maps, I think towards the tail end, having a deep run, but they make an appearance this time around. Titan Gaming, yeah, this is the biggest lead we have seen yet. One more solid game, and well, you're going to be receiving that envelope that Dave just mailed out to you. Plus, they're about to break 100 eliminations, which is some big news to say the least. But Xtreme Ice, I'm hearing it right. 4 winner chicken dinners, the most out of anyone. Granted, the eliminations, though, they're not spectacular, but it's enough, Enigma, to keep them in second.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare, especially nowadays, seeing those sort of elims and rank points being so close to one another. Shout out, of course, to the Golden Eagles as well, being the second most elims in the lobby at 81. And these teams, it shows, especially with this qualifier, that some of these teams have a better game plan. Maybe they like that positioning more. Maybe they like those early game engagements, but the team that is going to be doing everything all around when the zone's favorite for you has been the signs of Titan Gaming, and hopefully the rest of these squads can maybe put a stop to them and give themselves a better shot of getting into that top 2, because you'd much rather have both spots up for grabs other than just that second place.
Oh, Gangsters trying to break in that top page. They're going for it. They're going for it hard. They're at 61 currently. A little bit of way to go. KR Esports still at 9th. That was a team that Nepturo was hyping up quite a bit off of the first 2 days. They've definitely had their moments to shine, but not enough to really be in contention at top 2. One thing I did notice, Dave, is from Xtreme Ice, who's at 120 points, to One Esports, who's in 5th. It's only a 10-point difference. So these next 4 games, it really is do or die, especially for Golden Eagles. If they don't step it up, they are done for.
Listen, I want to cheer for them too, but they're just not playing as Xtreme Ice and Dauntless are playing so far in the last 2 games, right? We just haven't really seen anything. Signs of life, I'll call it. Maybe confidence, maybe momentum. Xtreme Ice, by the way, 1,600 damage done this last game. But only 3 eliminations, right? So they definitely need to kind of confirm these, but it still goes to the point, like, they're being active, they're taking fights, they're looking for the engagements here, and they know what they need to do, right? They need to get as many points as possible, be aggressive every single match, and lock in that top 2. Compared to the Golden Eagles, who I felt like were being a little more passive game 1, game 2, just not playing on the same page. Same could be said with One Esports. So it still is kind of early, right? And day number 3, we still got some more games to go. But just the fact that Xtreme and Dauntless are already competing at the level that they're doing, it's going to be even more of a challenge, right, for those 2 squads to catch up, in my opinion.
Well, from 2nd place down to 5th, only 10 points separate those rosters. And again, the goal is to be top 2. So there's a lot of contention at this point in time. Titan Gaming fans, rejoice. You guys are looking great. But if you're a fan of Xtreme Ice, Dauntless, Golden Eagles, or One Esports, it's looking a bit testy. Only 4 more maps to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our halfway point will be breached. We'll be hopping into map number 3, Erangel.
What?
Huh? In this video, we'll be introducing 5 new items: the Trident, Gleaming Stingray, Water Orb Grenade, Water Orb Blaster, and the Whale Escape Pod. The Trident is sealed within the Ocean Palace. It can be retrieved after some time passes in the match. Follow the directions on the map to find it. Wielding the Trident grants the following: a special underwater swimming animation, faster swimming speed for moving about quickly or entering the play zone, and an exclusive water spout ability. Use it to turn into a water spout that moves around and can knock players and vehicles up into the air. You can use this ability to pull nearby enemies into the air, where teammates can focus fire on them, or give teammates cover to evacuate. Please be aware that water spouts cannot lift up enemies hiding in buildings. The Gleaming Stingray vehicle can be found in the waters of the Ocean Palace. Get close to it to ride it, or pick up a Stingray core in the Ocean Palace to summon it. Gleaming Stingrays can glide through the new underwater areas and the air, and can seat 2 players. After dismounting, it can be stored as a Stingray core. The Gleaming Stingray can then be summoned again from the quick item menu. In water areas, it can be quickly deployed with 1 tap without needing to be placed. Gleaming Stingrays have a special ability that launches bubbles and can be targeted at enemies to restrain them. When enemies are restrained, the passenger and other teammates are free to eliminate them. Bear in mind that the player in the back seat must be in the air to fire. Enemies restrained by bubbles cannot fire. Furthermore, hiding behind cover or moving quickly can reduce your chances of being hit by a bubble. The Water Orb Grenade is a new throwable item that can be picked up around the map and thrown to generate a huge water orb where it lands, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Enemies must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape, while you and your teammates get a dash ability inside the water orb. While in combat, hit enemies with this throwable to let you and your teammates get closer to eliminate them. The Water Orb Blaster occupies the pistol slot and can shoot a water orb that lasts a while and grants you and your teammates a dash ability that you can use to quickly enter the water orb. From here, you can quickly move to another water orb or dash from it. When fighting in buildings, you can use this item for quick movement and counterattacks. The Whale Escape Pod can generate a water orb where it lands. Enter the water orb and wait a while for a whale to appear and take away everyone inside. It can carry your whole team, and you can also change its route or get off midway. It's a great option for getting to the play zone. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
All right, it's time to reach our halfway point of the day. 2 maps have been completed, and map number 3, Erangel, is about to be underway. Again, the top 2 spots is what matters. 16 teams are all fighting to be in the top 2, so they can earn their spot at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season to play for $250,000 and earn their spot at the PMGC. Who will it be? Well, let us know, chat. Get your predictions in. I'm thinking there's going to be a spicy drop between XYQ and Golden Eagles. They've been going at it, not only on Erengar, but also Miramar today. And for Golden Eagles, well, they've got to clean up their rack. They've dominated the first 2 days, but they're not dominating today. Will this be the turning point? Without further ado, let's head into map number 3, Erengar, with Mustache Dave and Enigma.
$250,000, Dave. I would like a cut of that, to say the least. Alrighty, we back at it. Of course, Mustache Man and myself already getting back into that action. KR Esports gonna be up on the mountaintop here, Dave. They're one of those borderline teams, and unfortunately, it seems like they haven't been able to find their stride just yet. And it's against the likes of old Gangsters, who today have seen seems like they're starting to turn up the engine. The only question is it a little too late in this tournament?
Yeah, let's see what they could do here. Already 2 members of KR down and bleeding on out, calling for the revives. OG now going to be pressing the envelope right here, sending it, trying to get the full-on collapse right now. And Mumbai, last one alive, running, tucked, tail between the legs here, just trying to survive. And what a fight that was there. Both these teams trying to battle it out, fight for the top, hilltop of Mount Everest, that is. And, well, Mumbai still going to be alive, but the Golden Boys recognizing the golden opportunity right here to backfill that last position the old Gangsters were holding down. But, well, they tunnel visioned on to the last KR member. Now, the Golden Boys pretty much swapping positions here now, trying to take out the old Gangsters with their grenades, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it's really tough to see with old Gangsters because they understand just how important that hilltop position, I guess you could say, is. And if you stay like this, you're really kind of working against the odds you just had. And the Golden Boys, they were looking solid for the last game or two. You know, they were having their moments of brilliance, but as of right now, with it still being so early in this match, are you really wanting to kind of test the waters and see if you have it in you to win this sort of fight? And thankfully, both these squads, they do have a few eliminations under their belt, so it's not like they're not in it to win it just yet. But for the most part, it seems like they're going to be at a little bit of a standstill. I'm not too sure which of these teams is going to really opt to leave this spot first, but maybe it's just one of those moments, Dave, where they just like kind of taking shots and padding the damage numbers.
At what point can we start to kind of count out teams from qualifying, though, the top 2?
Yeah.
Enigma. I mean, we're at game number 3, the halfway point of today. At what point are we just so far behind the mark that it's just, you know, impossible when it comes to being able to actually acquire the numbers needed to be in that top 2? I'm going to say after this game, so a couple of these teams, they really need to pull out all the stops here and really fight tooth and nail to get not only a winner-wear chicken dinner, but a winner-wear chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations going their way. So old Gangsters, 4 eliminations so far. They got the whole team up right on the edge of Mount Everest. We're starting to see some grenades get chucked out here, and well, Cardi almost losing their life right there. Still alive, trying to run away, and was spotted in the back. And there goes Kiddo as well. It is all falling apart right now for the old Gangsters as the Golden Boys trying to get the squad wiperino.
Yeah, it seemed like someone in the distance just made the old Gangsters lose their comfort zone, hugging their cliff sides, and the Golden Boys able to pick up the remaining knocks. And if you're the Golden Boys, we just talked about, you know, who has contention. The old Gangsters has nowhere near the contention possibility of that top 2 compared to the Golden Boys. So seeing them come into this fight and really come out on top of it, make sure that they're not the ones on that sort of loose end of the stick, you know, the shoe doesn't quite fit, so to speak. It's nice to see them because that means that's just one other team that these squads have to worry about of, hey, if this team gets that win, that 10, 12, even 15 elimination game, that propels them right back up into that top 2. And obviously, shout out to the observing team with getting us this map because we could really see that fight allows them to work for the mountain, one of the only prime real estate spots left in this zone, leaving the likes of the old Gangsters, so like Golden Eagles on the north, and Titan Gaming to have to struggle to find their ways into these zones. And with every game, every sort of placement or even elimination point matters way too heavily.
Exactly. As you stated, the Golden Boys, I think they're going to be the team right now, at least when I'm looking at the overall, are on like that cutoff, right? We got the Golden Boys currently 24 points behind second place, and then right behind them is Nepal, 43. So that is the gap right there between 7th and 8th. So Golden Boys definitely have the opportunity to have a solid game, continue their game, that is, and hopefully get within range here come in their final matches of the evening. Because right there, Rushy flushing them out right there. Just as I was gassing them up. Regardless, all right, 6 eliminations. We just talked about how many points they're behind second place. I still think solid game all around. I did appreciate the aggression there to take over Mount Everest. But yeah, obviously not the way they wanted to go. But it was going to be Xtreme Ice, the team currently in second place, trying to solidify themselves ahead of Dauntless, who are only 2 points behind them, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's, we'd like to have every team have it their way, but, in the likes of PUBG Mobile, only one person can sit in that crowning spot of first place. Only one team can get those 10 placement points per match and start to rack up those eliminations. And these squads, they're really having to pick their own battles and put the game into their own hands. You're not wanting to be that squad that sits back and lets other people kind of make faults in your own moves. One team that's especially been able to do that today was Titan Gaming, especially Crow, but Casper winning the 1v1 on the pull-up, still having to worry about those other squads given the third-party action in. And unfortunately for the Titan Gaming squad, they're going to be split. Exo now isolated off, and it looks like it's actually going to be One Esports kind of craning over the top. So these squads, the river really makes those sort of real estate spots virtually non-existent if you weren't there already in the earlier zones.
Yeah, I'm looking at Inferno Esports. Yeah. Oh, no.
Wow.
I was going to say, I'm looking for them to make the play, right, Enigma? The Inferno Esports, 67 points behind second place, right?
Yeah.
There's really no room to, as the last player alive is chill, there's no room to chill, right? You get the knocks, you make the push. You don't second guess it. You don't sit there and come up with a game plan. You just let your instincts kick in at that point, in my opinion. And, well, they paused, right? They got the 2 knocks, and they hit the pause button for a little too long right there. And, well, they lost one of their players in the process. So, unlucky, but lucky for the solo, at least for Dauntless, as I do believe they're still going to be in it here with only 2 eliminations going their way. But remember, they're only 2 points behind Xtreme Ice NA, so they're going to be fighting for that second place as of right now. When we get into this game, what is happening here?
We're sharing the car.
Okay.
It's working out. I mean, that's actually 2 different
two different players. Yeah, I know, 2 different players. But what's the play? Hey,
I mean, the play is go as long as you can. Aren't they already swimming? They're already in it. But
what do you think they're telling each other, though? Oh, there's
I think
another.
they're just laughing. Oh,
there's another player coming in. He's like, "Hey, there's a pool party."
Hey, come over here, man.
Cat God's throwing a grenade. Cat God's okay.
No.
Cat God is going fishing. Finally, we got some enemies out here. One Esports to be exact. They're like, what is going? They're asking the same thing I'm asking. They're saying, what is going on over there behind that car? Well, they're going to try to start to throw some grenades and get some easy points.
It'd be really funny, Dave. If the Dauntless solo, he's still alive on that north side. If he joins in, and then the people,
there's a pool party.
They're all just kind of having their own little chat discussion.
Chat.
It's crazy because the people in the shack that are just to their north side.
You know who that is, right? Golden
Eagles.
Eagles. There's a duo from Golden Eagles right there, just being passive as ever. And they're only 3 points behind Xtreme Ice to claim their second place spot. So, missed opportunity without a doubt. I don't know if that's where you were going with it.
Yeah.
But that goes back to our story with the Golden Eagles. They're just playing too scared, too passive.
Oh.
They're missing out on the easiest of easy points right now, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, points is what gets you into that next phase. And one team that I had the pleasure of messaging before the day started was One Esports. And Cat God's exact words when I asked him, what's kind of related to your team's success and what are you looking to do today? He said, we're looking to do everything we can. We're not sticking to the same game plan. Maybe if they're not doing enough, they're trying to dig deep and really find these moments. And I think this game is going to be one of those telltale signs of if they're really going to be able to pull something out of a hat. And make the magic happen, because right now they're a duo, they're in a prime spot, but when you have points like this in the river, you could potentially pick up, that's 1 out of 4 they could get in the river. It's about having all hands on deck to the point where you're making sure you're getting to that America slot, because like I said, not only are you competing for that 250 grand, you're looking to compete on stage against literally the best in the world, and you can't be letting opportunities like that pass up.
Points in the river. I feel like that's an unreleased country song that we're coming out with here soon. And you know what? #1 on the billboards coming your way. A lot of players just kind of buy some time in the vehicles, going for those heels, I guess you can say. XYQ, they're going to be up here on the top, actually, going to be overlooking the potential points in the river. So we'll see if they can have a nice little come up here. And going back to the Golden Eagles, so instead of prioritizing those points in the river, they sent Legend to actually join the players in the river. And they're going to be swimming over there instead of trying to get some points here, Enigma.
See, this is one thing that I really want to make note of that a lot of people maybe don't really realize, is if you have a player in the water, one of the best things you could do is have him swimming on top of that enemy player, because obviously your hitboxes, you're going to be able to run into one another, and your teammate can see your name or your HP bar, whatever it is, above your player. So if you're able to be right on top of him, you're just screaming to shoot me, essentially. Don't take that one out of context, so to speak, but it allows you to really find people in the water and maybe pick up 1 or 2 extra points. Now, obviously, the river has been thinned out a bit from the fishing and stuff like that, but XYQ, they're the team holding this sort of God spot compound on the north side of the river, actually having 6 eliminations already in their name, so a little bit of off-screen action for them, but they're making sure now that we're going to be seeing all of it.
Points in the river, that should be their name next season, XYQ, because right now they got 6 points going their way. And Nate is actually underneath the bridge, kind of playing this angle, trying to capitalize on all those 3 points in the water, right? And missed opportunity, in my opinion, for the Golden Eagles. We see Brazen right there, immediately spotted from Team Raid in that compound across the way, but their squad mate Legend already in the water. So when you're swimming, you don't really have the option to provide the support fire for your teammate, unfortunate for them. So Golden Eagles, once again, going to be just slowly sliding down the overall leaderboard. Yes, we still have Legend alive, but as a solo right now at the low ground, there's not much you can do here. It looks like we got 5 grenades. Going to be tossing one long range, trying to take out the solo from OG. But regardless, you got Team Raid in a compound with the whole team alive already, with 10 eliminations going their way. And, well, let me just remind you, Team Raid, 6th place coming into this game. Only 23 points behind Xtreme Ice in the 2nd place. So this is a huge game for Team Raid right now.
Yeah, I mean, every point matters, and they've already got 10 eliminations to their name, keeping the full squad up. So if they're able to really drop that 15, maybe even 18 elimination game, that will literally put them up into that top 3 ranking. We're not seeing the likes of Titan Gaming and those sorts of names that were above them in the lobby remaining. So you're really looking at who's going to be able to scrape by the placements. Casper on Dauntless, not being able to find any more than just 1 point. The Golden Eagles now as well. The missed opportunity to kind of clear out these solos and secure themselves a few extra placement points is not going to be the case. And it really just goes back to that revolving idea of you need to be clearing out, you need to be taking these opportunity of points. And it shows that the likes of Raid, the likes of XYQ, those are the only teams in this lobby that were doing that.
Yeah, Golden Boys, we saw them on Mount Everest. They had 6 total eliminations, and the only other team that is doing better when it comes to the eliminations is Team Raid with 10 here. And, well, they got the whole team alive, right? So they're definitely looking for that winner chicken dinner. I see they got a couple of vehicles to also work with, and I don't see any of these solos really contesting them anytime soon, especially with the zone going their way. Normally we might see a couple of these solos kind of team up and all cover fire and crossfire the team that's in the center. But just the fact that there's so many different possibilities right now, I don't really see that happening. And Team Raid, they should win this game, Enigma. They should win it.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I think the only way they throw this is if they start pulling out some solo plays and maybe sending them to the water or something crazy. 1v1 fight that is going to determine quite a bit, at least for the one esports squad, is them against the XYQ player, able to make it across the river, pulled the Navy SEAL strat out, and is ready to take a 1v1. But
I call it the Scuba Steve. What do you think about
Scuba
that?
Steve?
Scuba Steve.
Well, why Steve, though? Just because it goes with
You don't
Scuba?
know Scuba
or?
Steve?
Well, are you meaning like the old
I mean
content
Scuba
creator?
Steve.
Oh, wait,
Listen,
no.
there's only one Scuba Steve.
I think
right?
I know who you're talking about now. That was a
You don't
name
know.
I
You
haven't
don't know.
heard, I think, since 2019, Dave.
2019.
Back
Scuba
in like
Steve.
ESL days almost, where you would have someone that was with that name. I forgot what tag they used. I think it was just the Scuba tag they had as
Scuba
their
tag.
team name. Instead of XYQ, it'd be Scuba Zuko.
Scuba Zuko.
I respect. You're
Team
making
Raid
me
once
feel
again.
old now.
Blessed. Dead center. As if they needed the help here. Another consistent game for Xtreme Ice. Yeah, they only got 4 eliminations, but they still got a duo, so they're going to be looking at some consistent placement points. That's exactly what they needed. Only 2 points ahead of Dauntless, 3 points ahead of the Golden Eagles. So definitely a close game when it comes to the overall leaderboards, but they're still going to be getting these points out here, Enigma, and that's what's important.
Every point matters. Obviously, there's still the StrangersBD solo. I don't think that team is going to have any chance, unfortunately, of making it into that top 2 contention. The point spread is just a little bit too much in my mind. But that's the thing, is there's teams like that in the lobby now where they're the spoilers now. If they wipe out the likes of One Esports or someone, it could be disastrous. Bazooko making it horrendous for One Esports, winning the 1v1, 9 eliminations as a squad. Unfortunately, Xtreme Ice not able to make it on their rotation in. The likes of 4 raid players scoping you down is just too much. And now this is the moment, Dave, I could see Raid finally leaving this compound and really making those solo plays, because at this point, like you said, every point matters.
Sent 2 in that vehicle, and they got sprayed down quite well by Zuko. Going to be quickly making that U-turn. Fishy from across the way. StrangersBD with the Scar will be helping Zuko take some shots onto the squad mates of Raid. A lot of smokes. These smokes will be blocking their own sight lines here, but they still got the numbers advantage. They should be able to get the pickup here and hopefully pinpoint exactly where these solos are and take them out and secure themselves this winner chicken dinner with 2 more eliminations going their way.
Yeah, if there wasn't as many smokes down on that sniper tower, I could have potentially seen it really being that 2 solos working as a duo against the likes of Team Raid.
They're
but
dead center, so
unfortunately, yeah,
it goes right on top of that compound. I mean, there couldn't be a better blessing in PUBG Mobile than that.
I mean, the blessings, they stop at some point for some squads. Fishy, gonna get naded out essentially to 1 HP, not gonna even make it to blue zone. Raid picking up another point, and now it's just Zuko running in the open. He's actually gonna give Raid the opportunity of getting this point. Is not gonna be able to get the thirst, but Team Raid, huge elimination game from them, definitely putting them back up into that top 2 potential.
Yes, sir. Team Raid 1000% needed that winner chicken dinner. Not to mention the 14 eliminations helping them big time to be once again like back into that conversation when it comes to the fight for second place. Remember, Titan Gaming, I sent that letter in the mail before that game started, you know, so it'll be a little awkward if you know, they don't qualify and they open up the mail in a week. It's like, what, we're invited. But yeah, I mean, huge game for Team Raid right there. Reflections.
Yeah, massive game. And by the way, for what it's worth, I think that letter is still going to cash in just well, because Titan Gaming still got... I mean, they still got 3 eliminations, and they already had like a 20-point lead over second place. I think they'll be all right. Now, for Team Raid, though, again, biggest story there is 24 points, give or take, right, unofficially, until we see the official scoreline. But I believe 14 eliminations, 24 points. They were at like 96, I believe, going into this. So had a little bit of catching up to do to Xtreme Ice, but I think they might have done it. If not, they're very close to overtaking Xtreme Ice. So Team Raid comes out of nowhere. Great game 1, 8 eliminations, second place, and then obviously winning game number 3. So Erangel seems to be their map, which Enigma is a scary prospect for everybody who's trying to be top 2, more specifically try and lock in that second qualifying spot outside of Titan Gaming, because Team Raid, Erangel, they got it on lock.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows for not that, you know, when you discredit one of these squads, they could definitely just creep up and say, hey, we're still in the running for this. And if you're the likes of Titan Gaming, if you're the likes of Xtreme Ice, you're not wanting another name in the mix. You don't want someone else's tag in that hat for them to pull out. And it really comes down to these moments of these games where, yeah, maybe you weren't in that top 3 finish, but were you able to pick up some elimination points? Were you able to scrape by maybe with some placement points? You got to be able to make the bad games decent in these situations. And today especially, we've really seen some teams fall under that pressure.
Without a doubt, and Golden Eagles is a good example of that. They get 2 eliminations. They should have woken up on game 3, but they didn't. So now it's got to be the back end of the 3 map. Still very much in it. For you Golden Eagle fans out there, still very much a conversation. Cacaws are loud, all right? The wings are clipped a little bit, but they're still flying. They're fluttering. 24 points for Team Raid. That is massive. And, well, on the overall leaderboard, I'm sure they're going to be up there probably in 3rd place. But XYQ, for what it's worth, I don't think they have a chance, Dave, to break into top 2. But they've had one heck of a day.
Yeah, listen, might as well finish with a bang, right? And not be 16th or 15th on the leaderboard. Not only that, this is another opportunity for you as a individual player to get some good looks and maybe get picked up on a team who will be moving to that next stage. You know, I mean, we always have these roster royales here in North America. And players are always getting picked up. I mean, heck, in Wancho's case, dude became a coach, right? And now he's back to playing. So you never know. You could be one of these players who just shows up here on the last day, even though your team does not qualify. We'll still see you in the future, right? If not next season on another team, maybe the season after for the other qualifiers. But here are the overalls. Titan Gaming, they're going. You know, they're already going. And right behind them now, I think the main conversation for the rest of the night has to be this 2nd place spot, fellas.
Oh, without doubt. 2nd place, right? Xtreme Ice, they hold it, but not by much, right? 7 points over Dauntless and Team Raid. We're both at 121. Golden Eagles at 121. Esports been relatively quiet today, but they've still managed to kind of cruise by at 118, which means there's still very much a chance. And even Golden Boys, you know, they've kind of had some stellar performances. They've got a lot of catching up to do, but Team Raid is a prime example that, hey, one good game can put you right up there in the running. So top 2. Titan Gaming's all right, but that's 2nd place. I don't know. I'd start getting nervous if I was one of those 5 teams starting to shoot for the stars when it comes to that one. XYQ, though, at least from 9 through 16, Enigma been the biggest talking point of the day. They challenged Golden Eagles off the start. They made good on that, and then they have a phenomenal game number 3. They're coming out of nowhere, so XYQ looking to be on the first page.
Yeah, we wish we saw that, you know, in the first 2 days, but the main talking point, I think, is when it comes to these bottom 9 teams is if you're looking for those games like the Team Raid matches, you're looking at the XYQs, the StrangersBDs, and saying, are they the ones getting that 2nd or 3rd place finish? Are they soaking up points? Because at the end of the day, it's only going to be that 2nd place, and if Team Raid's going from 7th to 3rd or whatever it was in one match, every game counts, and I can't stress that enough, especially after seeing how close that leaderboard was on the points.
That's it. Well, that is 3 games done, and my lord, is that scoreboard as close as it can be, at least for that 2nd place. I'm excited to see it. By the way, shout out to Scuba Steve. He was the on-air personality for many years. He led the Bobby Bones show, so I love the fact that Dave was digging deep for that one. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're moving it to Map 4 Sandhawk. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Enigma and Mustache Dave. We have officially passed our halfway point, about to hop into map number 4, Sandhawk. The only time you see Sandhawk throughout the day, but it's been an impactful one, especially now, Dave. I mean, we're talking, seriously, what is it, just 5 point, not even, like 6 points? From Xtreme Ice on down, it's as close as you could possibly get. Sandhawk, you might not be a good team here, but you better be a good team today because you're going to need all the points you can get.
Yeah, and when we're talking about teams that are kind of in the conversation, Golden Boys in 7th, currently 26 points behind that second place team, Xtreme Ice NA. That's who I'm looking at. You know, the Golden Boys on up. Straight out of Nepal, 49 points. If they don't get a winner chicken dinner and like 20 eliminations in this game, any of those teams, you know, beneath the Golden Boys, you know, next season. I'll see you next season, fellas. But yeah, I mean, Sandhawk, definitely like the toss-up map, you know, you never know what's going to happen. But what I do know is going to happen is Titan Gaming are going to be moving on to that next round. And, you know, that's good to see. The Titan Gaming has been a team that they always make it through the qualifiers, maybe even a longer season. But then once when we send them to the big stage, they just fizzle out, right? So maybe with EXO now on the team, kind of like the new puzzle piece, I guess you can say. This is a Titan Gaming that we might see really represent North America here when it comes to the regions. And heck, maybe even the end of the year, the globals, right? I mean, I'm always looking not only ahead of the next round, but the one after that, you know, the biggest stage you can possibly be on. So I'm hoping when it comes to Titan Gaming, EXO was that puzzle piece, you know, that now we got a North America team that is really going to be showing up here for the second half of the year.
I mean, he's talented without question. His stats are incredible. And not to mention Wancho obviously being that MVP because he had the best stat lines across the board. Like they're doing a lot right without question. I would love to see Titan Gaming make it to America's Fall season. I think they will. There would have to be a monumental collapse. So what am I talking about there? It would have to be Xtreme Ice passing them up, and then Titan Gaming first off on the next 3 maps, like not really getting any points. Extreme Ice would have to pass them, and then one of the 4 teams in contention for second would just have to obviously pass them too. If Titan Gaming has just one more decent middle of the road game, they've 100% qualified. By this point, I think they pretty much have. Now, for Xtreme Ice, Dauntless, Team Ray, Golden Eagles, One Esports, we'll even throw Golden Boys in there. Their race has just begun. 3 more maps to go. And now I reflect on Sandhawk. And the good news for Dauntless fans, and I know you covered them in the beginning, Dave, and for you, Enigma, for Dauntless, right, they've been a great team. They've been consistent. They haven't really broken into top 2, maybe once or twice, but Sandhawk is their map. Remember yesterday, they played it very well and had one of the top scoring games, 11 eliminations. Enigma, they get that here? That's more than enough to qualify as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that might just secure their ticket, so to speak. I mean, the first day they had that sort of mountain zone, it pulled down south, meaning they weren't gifted the zone. They had to move in. They made a top placement that first day. The second day, they come in, they actually win virtually a repeat of that zone. And hopefully for them, obviously, you know, the start of the day, obviously that game 1 was decent, but we need great games out of them today. And this is their starting point. Obviously, everyone's going to be looking at where that first zone kind of looks at, especially with it being Sandhawk. It's very zone dependent. But Dauntless has shown time and time again over these last 2 days that they're able to work against those odds. So Dauntless is definitely someone I want to look at. But I also got to give the shout out to Alim from Team Ray. This player was actually originally on that sort of Titan Gaming roster back in the day in that last season. If you remember, he made a team and was able to qualify with this squad here tonight. And for the most part, it would be honestly another Cinderella story if he was able to come back and obviously not beat out Titan Gaming, the team that had replaced them, but still make that qualification saying, hey, I have what it takes to compete against these guys still. It's not just you.
Yeah, Team Raid's been out of this world, Dave. Like, I'm looking at the stats for them. They've got 3 players on the elimination leaderboard, and that speaks volumes about their final day because, again, you can have a strong day 1, day 2, but it really is that final day that culminates into you becoming, you know, obviously a team to move forward, one of the top 2 to play in the fall season. So for Team Raid, they come out of nowhere. They weren't a big talking point throughout the first 2 days, Dave. What have they done today that's impressed you and made you, you know, kind of pause and say, these guys, they could very well qualify?
Yeah, well, I think day 1, day 2, they set themselves up to be one of these mid-pack teams within reach, right? And I think that's very important because come final day, now they just get some eliminations. I think, game 1, I'm trying to look here, game 1, how many? They had 8 eliminations, so that's a great start.
Sure.
Game 2, looking at the elimination, 6, and then, of course, we just saw this last game, 14 eliminations. And Team Raid in particular, to kind of answer your question, compared to other squads, they're kind of giving me like Dauntless vibes. And what I mean by that is they're one of few teams in the lobby who are actually playing this as a team game and playing close, grouped up together as a cohesive unit compared to just all out on your own individual missions. So I think the secrets to success for Team Raid is just playing together as a squad, honestly.
Well, to add all those up, by the way, 28 eliminations. They lead as a team over everybody. Over all 15 other teams, they are at the top of the food chain when it comes to Elim. So good on them. And by the way, just to go down the list, Titan Gaming's at 23. It makes sense. They've had a stellar day. That's why they're in first place. But then it's all tied up from Dauntless, XYQ, Xtreme Ice, Golden Boys. They're all at 16. Who's going to be the outlier and, well, not play disconjointed? We know Golden Eagles are having that issue. That was pointed out by Dave, I believe, in map number 2 on Miramar, especially after seeing their performance off of Erangel and then obviously map 2. But map 4, time to get serious. It's Sandhawk. This is where Dauntless dominated yesterday. If they can do so again, they could very well qualify. Let's see if they can. Enigma, Mustache Dave, take it away.
Sandhawk, and I really can't stress enough that idea of the food chain. Dave, obviously we've got Titan Gaming, we can see on the bottom left here. 151 points. They've definitely just got to get a few points in my mind to secure it, but underneath that, it's all the same size fish looking at one another, really seeing who can kind of devour each other, who maybe will come in after those Goliaths kind of battle it out. Because we've seen, you know, the Golden Boys, the Golden Eagles, they've been stressing a bit on some of these matches. Dauntless, Team Raid, they've been able to succeed in those moments of weakness from these other squads. And with there now only being those 3 matches left, it's really going to come down to who's able to succeed and use the most out of their opportunities.
Yeah, without doubt. And as these games continue to progress and Titan Gaming keeps, strengthening their lead in that first place, I'm getting a little worried for other teams like One Esports and the Golden Boys, who we heard from Wancho themselves saying, listen, I don't like these teams, right? I don't like the Golden Boys. I don't like One Esports. So as we come into the last couple matches, once when Titan Gaming are solidified and very comfortable, those teams like One Esports and the Golden Boys, who are on the literal cusp, right, within range, they're going to have to be watching out, right? They're going to have to make sure not to get hot dropped or gate kept on their rotation. So we'll have to pay attention to that, because right now we got ourselves a good old fight here in boot camp.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course the repeat. Day 1 and 2 back at it for day number 3. The old Gangsters against MANIC. MANIC this time actually was able to keep their player alive on the roof. He didn't get immediately flushed out by the old Gangsters drop spot. And this is just one of those spots where you really question, like, are we really going to keep doing this, guys? Like, I guess we're both near the ends of the leaderboard, but...
Might as well. You might as well. Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you lose at this point? 3 more games to go. What do you really lose if you get taken out early on, Enigma?
I think it's the respect factor.
You already have no respect if you're in 16th.
Come on,
though.
no. Come on.
If you're in 16th, you're 97 points behind second place.
If you have an individual player, we can't stress enough, you have an individual player that is able to perform even on the 16th place team. Okay, maybe some people don't notice it, but I think there's instances of brilliance even still from some of these players. It's just a matter of, do you respect it enough when it's so little of opportunities? Now, though, MANIC, they had an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, only going 1 for 1, not getting the double knock with that sort of vector spray. But seems like Quade, he has something to speak for, trying to actually just get the thirst, really just kind of shooting everyone in each other's foots. Old Gangsters now, they're going to get the reset, and we're back to square one, Dave.
But you respect it, right?
Yeah, I respect it.
You respect it.
The
I've been watching a lot
plays,
of Gordon Ramsay lately, and, if I was in the kitchen with these fellas and I had some risotto, I would have tossed it at them by now. No respect. I got no respect. StrangersBD also showing up, another team, just a little too late, Enigma. A little too late, in my opinion. And I think going back to, trying to get the respect, I think for me, to kind of get you talking about you would be like a 1v4 maybe, or something clutch that you can kind of put on the timeline, make a little YouTube montage with or whatnot. But at this point of the game,
Chalk it up.
Chalk it up.
Gotta chalk it up.
Chalk it up, man.
StrangersBD, I respect them. They understand this fighting is going on every single Sandhawk match. They've been doing this play where they at least either get shots down and at least pick up one elimination, or full throttle send it into boot camp here. And, even though they are near that bottom, they're not cooking in the kitchen. I still got to give their flowers in some respect of, at least they're making this play. They're not just throwing in the towel, dropping 4 corners of the map and everyone plays solo. They're still looking to keep it competitive in their own right. But one team that definitely has made it competitive for themselves, at least, is Team Raid, now fighting against Unique Legacy. I believe this is going to be at Camp Charlie, so a little bit isolated out. But with them being out of zone, I kind of wonder, is it worth, honestly, to be taking this fight with you being in such a gray zone of qualifying?
I think so. It's a feeder team at this point, so you might as well try to use your resources here early on and play together like we were just complimenting them in the pre-show. Play together as that unit and just focus on your opponents and just take them out one by one, essentially get the confirms. Team Raid currently 7 points behind Xtreme Ice NA in the second place. Team Raid tied with Dauntless, so both Dauntless and Team Raid 7 points. Right? 7 points. Yeah. That's not a lot. Golden Eagles, 8 points. So it is extremely close right here. Really close right here. And looks like a couple trades getting tossed out there back and forth. But the revives are going to be able to come out successfully. And it's all about that intel. So now Team Raid know where some of these off angles are from Unique Legacy. Hopefully they can tighten it up here. Focus and work together as a unit and take them out one by one here.
Yeah, you got to go one at a time, especially Team Raid. You understand that Pika, he didn't get the thirst onto the Team Raid player, so him shooting there, I think, was a bit of a wasted opportunity. You really need to kind of even up the fight, or else you get the instance like this where you got 3 players scoping you from the fence line, a 4th already rotating around, so you can't get out of the building, and now it's just the clock's on you. Bullseye's on him. It's going to be up to Pika if he can really kind of win this fight. Trying to get the shots, not even connecting any bullets. And
already lost.
Look at this. Now it's 3-1. We're going to maybe get some pre-fires, but if everyone shoots your angle when you peek, you're going to be taking damage, and Free Point's going to spearhead their way in. Unique Legacy now. The duo, obviously, it's unfortunate to see, but straight out of Nepal now, it's action all out in the blue zone, finding the shots onto the no-risk solo. So teams taking these early engagements, and we're seeing a lot of casualties for it.
Yeah, and right there, Pika had the full attention, right, of Team Raid, and the squad mates weren't really moving a muscle, right, trying to provide the backfire, the cover support. So it is what it is. But Benny out here from No Risk with the M249. Oh, and the Molotovs. There goes Benny out here on Sandhawk from No Risk. Going to be eliminated here. Next circle goes up. Xtreme Ice. Let's go. Pretty good position. Dauntless as well up there in the north. Titan Gaming, they're going to need to make some moves happen. But Dauntless and Xtreme Ice, 2 teams who are just fighting to be in that top 2 position. Pretty solid early game zones for them here in Enigma.
Yeah, I think both the Sandhawks we've had before, they were essentially this exact zone. First match, Dauntless, in my eyes, through on that day one, coming across the bridge. We saw them get wiped by, I believe, Inferno Esports the second day. They didn't make that same mistake. They were able to make it across the river and actually give themselves that fighting chance, securing themselves a first place. And today even, they've got to really replicate that same sort of, I guess, movement play. Titan Gaming as well. They had a stellar rotation and third-party action yesterday coming into these matches. And yeah, obviously Titan Gaming has that buffer, but if it's 2 or 3 of the same teams coming into the last 3 games, getting up in that placement, and Titan Gaming drops maybe the 1 or 2 point markers, they could potentially, well, be losing their spot at Americas. And that's the team where they wanted to dominate this. They wanted to make sure they were first to show that they still have what it takes to compete in that Americas next stage of the tournament. But not going to discredit them just yet. I haven't seen any of them been knocked yet, but with zones like this, I could really see anything happening on rotation.
Yeah. I mean, I like where you're going with it, but I just feel like Titan Gaming right now are already leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the lobby and kind of, practicing almost in a sense for that next lobby, right? Maybe trying out some new rotations and just seeing what works, in my opinion. Already have such a good point gap between them and third place that, they're standing out, in my opinion. They're standing out amongst the rest of the lobby, and I think they're going to have a really good fighting chance come that next round, right? Compared to these other teams that I'm looking at, like, yeah, if you do qualify in second place, sure, you made it, but how are you going to do in that next lobby, right? With those other teams, like the Golden Eagles, even if they get, like, one solid game, are they going to perform well in that next lobby, right? Like, that's what I'm looking at here. Titan Gaming, they've been really consistent throughout the last 3 days that I can see them performing well in that next lobby. It's not just like, oh, they had one great game, here they are now, right? I think Dauntless have also been showing their consistency, their true colors here tonight and the last couple nights as well, so I can see them performing quite well in that next lobby. Xtreme Ice, I'm still on the fence. I'm not going to lie. I'm still on the fence when it comes to this squad. Just looking ahead, but as it stands right now, they're in second place. So we'll have to see with only 3 more games to go. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, you see where I'm going with this, right? Like that next lobby, like how are they going to perform in that next lobby is kind of where my head's at.
Well, I got to look at the history markers with it. And if we look, at the last Americas, I don't think any of the Americas teams were really satisfied with how we performed. I believe all 4 of us were in that sort of bottom 8 of the leaderboard. And it really shows, we had wins, we had those moments of brilliance, but it's a war of attrition. You got to be going strong over those 90 matches, over whatever the amount is, over the 5 days for those X amount of weeks. It's just Titan Gaming, I think, shows the most resilience in wanting to get back there and proving that, hey, maybe it was just we weren't used to the stage. I believe that was Juancho's first international LAN event. Same thing with maybe Kindness and the likes of those players. So maybe it was just the nerves coming in for those players. But if they're able to go back after having that experience, after having that sort of experience, I guess you could say, in that lobby, it really shows that, they want to get back in there. And you're wanting a team that has that sort of taste, that blood drive, honestly, in getting back against the likes of the Goliaths of Alpha 7, the Goliaths of Team Liquid, those big names that, maybe you don't have as big of a name as them, but you can make one going against them.
Exactly. You competed against them before, you fought them before. Yeah, you didn't perform as well, but the fact is you're going to have another chance, right? And that hunger, that desire, that drive, I can see from Titan Gaming. So looking forward to seeing what they could do as Juancho out here popping through the smokes on the Papi Triste, catching one to the dome. Crow is going to be pretty low over here. Kind of is going to be bleeding on out. Cat God with a very clutch grenade right there. So Titan Gaming are somewhat falling apart, but they still got a duo alive. EXO able to clutch it out right there at the end, get the final blow onto Illusion. And, well, when things aren't looking so well for Titan Gaming, they still got it in the tank enough to power through the difficult fights. And, well, they should be able to get the full revives here.
Yeah, I really feel bad that it's just on kind of my favorite of the lobby, One Esports, a team that really showed promise in that first day, getting those 2 wins and then showing up in the consistent placements on day 2. But if you're rotating near Titan Gaming, I really got to kind of just ditch everything I said
Yeah,
about
you
them
gotta
now.
watch out.
And I got to jump on your boat now where it's okay. Like, yeah, I think honestly, you just try steering away from this squad. The issue is, you know, now with One Esports, did you learn that lesson too late? Is it still, do you have that mental fortitude of kind of coming back in the last 2 games? Because they were one of those contenders, and unfortunately today, they've just been dropping the ball.
Yeah, I think I know we've been harping on Titan Gaming a lot, but I mean, they've been doing really well here, and that was a beautiful fight from them. But I think when you are Titan Gaming and, you know, these other squads and, you know, you mentioned teams to watch for, teams to possibly avoid, with the lead that Titan Gaming is building up, they're going to be playing a lot more free, a lot more looser, you know, in their plays as well. And that's a scary thing, right? When that pressure is kind of relieved and you're just straight up playing PUBG Mobile at that point, maybe even with the mindset like, yeah, you're just farming some classics. I don't know, but you know where I'm going with this, right? Like, they're not looking at it like, oh, we got to sweat this one out. That's what I'm worried about, right? And I'm worried about that because now they can probably just steamroll from fight to fight for these teams that are only, 2-3 points from qualifying the next round. So I'm with you, and I'd be a little concerned when it comes to these teams fighting for that second place.
Yeah, I think going back to the game itself, we've got straight out of Nepal. I think they thought this was Team Raid. They were fighting on the edge. It's really just a whole nother team on this coastline. We also see the zone shift. None of these teams are going to be in that next circle shift, so they're going to have to move. But straight out of Nepal, see, they have these 4 eliminations, a repeat of yesterday on the first day where they take these fights, they're picking up really good eliminations, whether it's out of vehicle sprays or just catching people in 1v2s. Unfortunately, when it comes to that zone 4, it's almost like that mental hypnosis, someone snapping their fingers, and it's like, yeah, no, we're going to just start letting you guys get knocked to blue zone, or maybe yourself knocking out of the vehicles. It's just always something with this squad, and really tough to see, especially with them having some of those names in that team like Frady and the likes of them. But for the most part, there's still other names in the lobby. At least we've actually got 10 squads remaining, Dave. So 33, unfortunately, only players in here, but still for the most part. I thought he was going to make it. See, I think honestly him
popping a wheelie right there.
Yeah, I think him popping the wheelie kind of ruined it for him, because then his head's exposed.
It's kind of crazy because they had like the angel skin on too, right? So they flew up to the air. Like, you can't make this stuff up. But Team Raid, I believe they're going to be playing the bridge trolls right now. They're going to be underneath that bridge right there on the edge. You got XYQ on the high ground. Yeah, here we go. Inferno Esports trying to make their way into the zone, and then to make matters worse, Xtreme Ice right across the way. Really just applying so much pressure with their third-party potential. I believe out of the sight lines for the time being of Team Raid. So Inferno Esports, I think you're done. I think you're done here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no way that I see you breaching into this circle without getting taken out from the blue zone here.
Yeah, we saw it day 1. They were able to make that feat, but then just got eliminated immediately after. So is it really worth even making this play? Team Raid, I believe, was getting the initial knock, but it was actually Dauntless finishing the Inferno Esports players. So it's really kind of 5-6 players maybe even looking at you. Yeah, not even going to make it in from the blue zone. We see the zone shift as well. Full centers onto the Xtreme Ice compound. This is something you are looking up and you're saying, thank you, the PUBG gods, because this is your moment to really make sure you're able to stick up in that top 2. Dauntless as well has a pretty good spot on that north side. A lot of these teams in this top 8, Dave, looking for as many points as possible.
Yeah, and this is the game for the Golden Eagles to really get back into the conversation. They got a soft little 4-man split over there on the edge, but they're in a nice position to gatekeep these squads on the rotate, like the Golden Boys and Titan Gaming. So they're really going to need to have their communication, their comms on point, and they're going to be able to hopefully work together as a team and crossfire, cover fire each other to come out on top here, as now we're going to be seeing the Golden Boys looking to crest over the hill. They're going to be getting third partied from behind, but the Golden Eagles, they're missing these points here, Enigma. You know, they're getting third partied from Titan Gaming, but these are points that I am seeing just slip through the fingers of the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, they should be peeking over this and really kind of just laying down the law of the land from the high ground, but that's not going to be the case. It's really just this passive play. They have maybe just a mental block of being too scared to really make moves themselves. Dauntless,
but at least they're playing a 2-2 split now, right? Not like in game 1, game 2, where they're kind of off on their own. At least they're playing a little more grouped up together, and that's what I like to see. They're using their bad games as learning experiences and improving as the night progresses.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you want, especially on the last day. You want to make sure that your points are going up, not down in any way in terms of your consistency. Unfortunately, Dauntless, this was kind of their game. They needed to have that sort of better performance. Unfortunately, Klaus is going to be knocked rotating up, but they forgot that there's 2 players left on this north side. Titan Gaming losing. EXO 2 down now for Titan Gaming Squad. We can see the map as well. It shifts to the west, meaning every team's got to move in, but really unfortunate stuff to see the Golden Boys were eliminated. And Titan Gaming, even though they were getting those knocks onto those teams, now them being on the back foot.
On the back foot, but with 8 eliminations, right? So even if they get taken out right here, right now, they are going to be walking away with some consistent points here. And Xtreme Ice, the whole team alive. Once again, the zones, Papa Blue, will be favoring their compound. Unlucky for Dauntless, who came into this match only 7 points behind Xtreme Ice, just not able to catch a break. And oh, there goes Casper as well. So Xtreme Ice, this is their game to get the winner chicken dinner and try to strengthen their lead in that second place.
I am liking as well Team Raids, even though they got a solo. I mean, that's 7 elims for his marker. StrangersBD somehow making into these upper placements. Obviously, they only have the 1 elimination to their name, kind of like that last Erangel, but the same familiar names. Actually, he's going to be self-nading. He didn't even get knocked to the Golden Eagles. So another missed point, Dave, for the Golden Eagles, just right through their fingers.
Let's see. Are they going to be able to get some more points out here? They now need to reposition, no longer in the play zone. They're going to be using the south, using this hillside to rotate in and avoid the sight lines from Xtreme Ice. But they have to fight their way through XYQ.
Yeah, it's going to be Valak. I mean, he has the 1v2 potential. The nade doesn't really do much damage, but he gets one with the S12. And Brazen looking on the wrong side of the rock. Valak just whips it on him and gets another knock. And then the third player nowhere near him, Mozo. I'm not sure where he was looking, but Golden Eagles from 3v1 to 2v1 to just being completely wiped out, losing the crucial points they need now. I mean, it's only top 4 in XYQ. They somehow get the reset as well.
Crazy. Valak right there with the clutch 1v2. Going to be tossing the smokes here after getting the pickup. Going to be making their way across the road. And a limb from Team Raid, the last one alive. 7 eliminations on the team. As a whole, 3 for a limb. And we're tossing these grenades, looking to get 2 more here. And you know who's just laughing this whole time is Xtreme Ice in their compound, just straight up chilling. A limb with a nice knock onto Valak.
Unfortunately, he won't get that thirst. I believe it was Xtreme Ice finishing him out, but he knows there's another player somewhere in front of him. He's got one last frag grenade. Hopefully, he can maybe find the mark. Not going to be the case, and this is kind of back.
Swimming?
I mean, maybe he can get the placement. I'm not sure. I don't think that Spire in the water is really in play, but I mean, look at this. Maybe there's a potential if Crow can maybe fish out Robert here. He's going to be standing up, going for the shots and not Robert finding it. Yeah. This kind of a game of cat and mouse, Dave. You're honestly just looking for placements at this point.
Yeah, Robert just straight up sending it right there. Lucky enough to avoid the sightlines from Crow. And there goes Crow. The Molotov forcing them from behind that boulder. Now we got 2 solos fighting it out here for an additional elimination point. Meanwhile, Xtreme Ice looking for the win here.
I mean, Zuko's been found, I guess. Alim's the one making noise, so it's kind of up to Xtreme Ice. Who do they want to really eliminate first? Got all 4 players up. Obviously, you want both those eliminations, just 2 extra spots on it. Zuko full swings it. A bit of a butcher on the end, but still gets the 1v1 down. And Now at the 1v4, Xtreme Ice makes light work of them, Dave. Great game. Winner, chicken dinner on the map of Sandhawk.
Xtreme Ice, I believe, dropped that runes, by the way. Had to make a hop and a skip up there towards the shoreline, and that was it. Enigma. So,
I mean...
that was it. That was it. And, well, that's the game they needed, right? The winner, chicken dinner. They were, 7 points ahead of Dauntless and Team Raid. So that's definitely going to help them here come these final 2 maps reflections.
Yeah, I was getting excited for Team Raid because I'm like, oh, they are about to make some big upsets. And then Xtreme Ice just held on. And I like that and I respect that because when you think about moving forward to the Americas Fall season, you're going to have stiffer competition. As I said yesterday and the day before, it's only gets harder from here, right? It's not going to become any easier. So you need to be able to take those stressful moments where your back is against the wall, you're just mere points away from potentially being passed up and hold on tight. And Xtreme Ice did exactly that. Big victory. They were already in second place. Now they net themselves 17 or so points. So good on them. But also good news for Titan Gaming. We already knew that they were in first place. We already sent that envelope out with their, introduction into the Americas Fall season, of course, sent by Mustache Dave himself. And I think this game solidified that 4th place with 10 eliminations. I don't see them falling down below second place. So congratulations to them preemptively. I might have to eat my words, but if I do, it is what it is. But other teams, though, like Golden Eagles, they stepped it up a little bit, David. You actually mentioned, they're playing together a little bit better. But again, it's like the final nail in the coffin for this map is Xtreme Ice. The team that was in second got first place.
Yeah, that was a crazy little play right there, by the way. I mean, you can't write that stuff. But Golden Eagles, they had 4 eliminations, right, with 1,300 total damage done. So they're putting in a lot of damage over there on that east side, just not really capitalizing and getting the elimination points when it matters. But like you said, they are playing together now, which is good to see. But is it too little, too late? And right there, that play, prime example of a little miscommunication when it comes to the timing. When you're pushing a player behind a boulder, you want to do it at the same exact time from both angles to get that crossfire. But instead, they slightly mistimed it and it went one at a time, allowing Valak for the 1v2. I mean, it's unlucky. But hey, talking about lucky, here it is, the zone right here. Dropping runes and crossing the road, and well, the eliminations come to you, right?
That's it. They definitely do. Well done, Xtreme Ice. Give them the credit where credit is due. That's 17 total points. You'd love to see that. Now, XYQ. Want to talk about them for a second because they have had Golden Eagles number basically all day long. And it's interesting because yesterday was Inferno Esports, who was like kind of being the reaper for Golden Eagles, but they still recovered. But today, XYQ has been all about Golden Eagles from map 1 to now map number 4, and they have been talking trash to each other in the game chat. I mean, they have been going at it. So Golden Eagles picked a fight, and it's resulted in them dropping down to 4th place. And you hate to see that because they've done so well. And then they just picked the fight with the wrong team. They now sit at number 4 with 127 points. Enigma, talk to me about 1st and 2nd and the lead that they have and what could conspire. That's not the right word, but either way, we'll move forward with it going forward for the next 2 maps.
I think Titan Gaming's the only one out of those top 2 where they could really start looking down the board and saying, who do we want next to us on stage? Xtreme Ice, even though they've got that 12-point buffer between them and Team Raid, I don't think they're secured that much essentially just yet, but the likes of the teams below them, I'm looking at Dauntless, I'm looking at One Esports, even the Golden Boys, today has not really been their day. With that being said though, around that mark of that 7th place, we're talking, 40 points. If you're able to go back-to-back solid games, it is definitely possible. But do you have that in you to do it? Do you have that sort of grit and stuff like that? Obviously, XYQ, with those last 2 games, so to speak, they've been able to move up a bit. I still have them out of the running, of course, in making that top 2. But at least for them, they're showing those signs of life as a squad, even with being on that bottom 8 of the leaderboard. Still keeping the lobby competitive.
Hey, you always got to have that dog in you if you want to reach up and become a champion. All right, Dave? I know we like
respect,
our dogs
as
too.
Enigma put it.
It's got to have the respect, baby. RESPECT. That's what it means to me. Dave, though, come on, seriously, this whole XYQ Golden Eagles thing is just wild. I want to talk more about that when we come back for break, because they are just going at it, and it's so wild. Why throw it away? Why throw it away on the final day when you're just mere points away from qualifying? But, hey, it's not my decision. I'm just hosting this thing. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, 2 maps remaining. We'll be heading into map number 5, Miramar. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
Primo. Jump down. 1.1. Primo over the top rope. First shot with the auto shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament begins now!
The shots across to them. A battle breaks out between Twisted and Alpha 7 need to capitalize on the disarray as it stands. First knock over the Revo behind the tree. It's not going to happen.
The question, they're down in 13th place. They gotta close it out here. Here comes the rebel. That's for the opportunity to make a shot.
The points off the bat. Alpha 7 takes themselves.
In this video, we will go over the new version's game mechanics to help you have a better understanding and improve your experience. Let's get started. First is the Kraken underneath the Ocean Palace. Although the Ocean Palace is abundant in resources, the rewards are not without risks. After players enter the Ocean Palace, a countdown begins, and at the end of it, the Kraken will awaken and break the sea suppressor, causing the Ocean Palace to flood. This jeopardizes the play area, so when the countdown ends, make sure to evacuate quickly to avoid getting trapped underwater. Next is the special respawn. Upon entering the Ocean Palace, you will receive the Heart of the Seas protection and get an additional special respawn chance. This special respawn only works once per match. When eliminated in the Ocean Palace area, the special respawn chance will be used up. When you leave the Ocean Palace waters, you also lose the Heart of the Seas protection, and your respawn chance will be removed. Furthermore, when the sea suppressor is destroyed, the Ocean Palace will flood. If you enter the Ocean Palace area at this point, you won't get a respawn chance. Next is the Sea Treasury underneath the Forsaken Ruins. If you wish to enter the Sea Treasury, you will need to find it within the Forsaken Ruins and activate the switches at the Treasury entrance. Pass through an underwater cave to reach the entrance of the Treasury. To open the Treasury door, you need to light up all the pillars. Once you get the treasure, a portal will appear. Go through the portal to be teleported high in the air within the play zone and parachute back in. There's also another feature to explore, the Water Prism. Water prisms are scattered throughout the map. Barriers surround them, and they can be unlocked by approaching them. Enter to reach the crates inside, and get precious supplies and items. Last is the Celestial Sea Treasure. In the new themed mode, you can pick up a new airdrop, the Celestial Sea Treasure airdrop crate. The Celestial Sea Treasure is delivered by water column. Loads of supplies lie within. We hope you all discover more fun and surprises. That's it for the game mechanics tutorial. We hope you have a better grasp of Ocean Odyssey now. Rewarding game mechanics and challenges await you. Be sure not to miss out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. Things are getting serious. 2 more maps remain to determine who our top 2 will be to move forward to the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season. Notice 2 same names on there. That's Xtreme Ice. They are doing very well when it comes to getting those winner chicken dinners. In fact, they have the most, currently sitting at 5 total for the 3 days, which is pretty spectacular, but where they lack is, well, their eliminations. And one team that's looking to catch up to them is Team Raid. And Dave, Team Raid, they have been on fire today. Let's look at the stats simply from today in comparison to Xtreme Ice.
Yeah, Team Raid on this last Sandhawk game had almost 2,000 damage done with 7 total eliminations. And Team Raid, they just have not let off the gas here so far tonight when it comes to actual eliminations. I mean, heck, the game right before this, they had that winner chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. So Team Raid, they are clocked in and they are looking good here on day number 3.
Without a question. That's why I wanted to bring those 2 up and compare them, because obviously Xtreme Ice is in second. You've got Team Raid in third. Team Raid has better stats, and they killed it on Erangel. Both Erangels we've seen. Hey, surprise. Map number 6 is Erangel. That's where we could see Team Raid take that lead if they don't do so already. Let's do our quick predictions, because I got to pick your brains. Dave, I'm always going to you first, so Enigma, let's actually go to you to start.
Let's get him out of here.
Let's go to Enigma to start off. Neptura was mad I kept going to her first yesterday, so now I'm going to switch it up. Enigma, who you going with for game number 5?
Listen, the stats just spoke to me. I'm looking at the eliminations way more than the placement. We're going with Team Raid on this next map.
All right, Team Raid. I like it. They're looking strong. Dave, what about you?
Yeah, if you can't qualify to that next round with the most chicken dinners, it's going to have me start to rethink my strategies here in these tournaments. But I'm going to go with the Golden Eagles, all right? This is hopefully not the last time I'll be saying their name, but they started today in second place, currently in 4th place. They really haven't made a move here so far, but they're only 18 points on that second place right here. So if they can get that winner chicken dinner, they'll be right back in the talking come this final match. So Golden Eagles, you got the bird call, right?
No.
You guys they called me to come here today, right? It's Sunday.
That's right.
I was sitting back, eating my biscuits, drinking my tea, and I got the call like, Dave, the Golden Eagles, they're in second place. They're doing really good. You got to come show up for the cast. I showed up, but where are they? They haven't been showing up.
XYQ is the reason why XYQ is just destroying their hopes and dreams, and they are just going at it in the team chat. It's actually comedy. Normally, I'm like, why are you throwing it? But for some reason, I'm really enjoying this. For me, from map number 5, let's see. Who am I going to go with? Tell you what, why did we forget about him? Dauntless. I think Dauntless is going to take this map number 5. Let's not feel like they're still in conversation when it comes to breaking up into top 2. Now, they've got a lot of ground to cover, 21 points. But off the back of 2 games, we're going to get to see what Dauntless is truly made of. Now, I am hearing a birdie, though, that XYQ is looking to shake things up even more. They're looking to hot drop on some teams looking to, qualify. Who will they challenge this time around? Clearly, it's been Golden Eagles, but Team Raid, they're looking scary. Xtreme Ice is also in conversation. Titan Gaming, I don't think anybody wants to mess with them. But let's find all that out and more as we head into game number 5. Mustache Dave Enigma, take it away.
Back to Miramar, and I really kind of like that idea of, the conversation, the names we're talking about is starting to dwindle down little by little. We talked with about top 6, 7. Now we're really looking at top 5, maybe in that top 4 range with who's really on top of the game, on top of that 8 ball, so to speak. And with the playing path, I don't think it's really going to be setting anyone's plans up for disaster too much. But with these sort of games, Dave, I really kind of just look at those teams that might have it out against you. We saw with Titan Gaming. Yeah. I think they were really focusing One Esports on that Sandhawk match when we saw them fighting. Taylor had noted it earlier on in the broadcast that maybe they have something against them. Obviously, XYQ's got a bone to pick with some heads. I'm really interested in seeing who all has kind of that spider web of bad blood and who's really going to try to capitalize on those moments.
Yeah, when your dreams are ruined, you might as well ruin other people's dreams, right? And I think people are calling Valak the villain of competitive North America. PUBG Mobile. So we'll have to see what ends up unfolding here on the second to final map of the qualifiers. Top 2 teams will be making it to that next round, continuing their journey here to live their dreams out. And well, I was promised XYQ hot drop here. I see them in San Martin.
Okay.
And it looks like Valak the only one on the trail of Kiddo from OG. I guess the teammate's not getting the memo. But hey, at least Valak is showing up here, living up to their name.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's forced in the 1v1 too. I'm not sure doing it with no vest or helmet's really the right play, but kind of the idea with it. XYQ, of course, they've had not really that many brilliant moments out of them. We've actually been seeing them on the worst end of it, and a lot of these kind of discussions or replays we get from them. But Valak himself, I mean, he's competed for however many seasons. It's got to be at least 5 or 6 of these tournaments in a row. He was back to back, I believe, for PMPL qualifications with his original squad. Unfortunately, with that last PMSL qualifier, they fell short. And now here, you know, it's really just tough to see his squad kind of going from greatness to nothing almost. Thankfully for them, they will actually pick up the OG Kiddo player you were noting. That squad was kind of chasing down, but for XYQ, you know, you really wish the story ended well better for him.
When are we bringing back Enigma Fan Club?
Oh, people
because
always ask me.
If you are in the market, I got some possible pickups, you know, with individual players who have been performing pretty well in this weekend event. We got Hayes M from KR, currently 9th overall in the tournament when it comes to total damage done. All right, so possible pickup right there. AJ from straight out of Nepal, number 14 when it comes to eliminations, and number 12 for total damage done. So we got some, you know, highlightable players who their team might not be in the conversation, but as an individual, you're up there on the top damage. I mean, you love to see it. So Enigma Fan Club next season, question mark?
Listen, I'm triple down and on the respect thing. Now I'm going back to it. Is, you know, that's the kind of player where you want to really digest the stats and stuff like that. And I don't know what the legalities would look like if EFC was to make a comeback. I'd have to talk with the Giraffe himself, Spring, if maybe he'd want to allow that to happen, because it was him and I in that original discussion. But
yeah,
for the
but
most
it's your
part, I mean,
trademark, man.
Hey,
it's your IP. I mean, it's you. It's your face. What do you mean?
Hey, I mean, the photo looks amazing, of course, because, you know, it's me. But for the most part, maybe on the jersey, it wouldn't look as clean. I'm not too sure. We'd have to still work that away. But, you know, this is back to that squad. You know, AJ, the player you literally just noted, Dave.
AJ.
Still putting stuff up in the elimination feed. This is one of those moments where maybe someone doesn't make the event when they qualify. Maybe they can't go to it for personal reasons. And they got to say, hey, we got to bring in someone from the qualifier. Their first instance is going to be, okay, let's pull up the stats. They're going to see AJ. They're going to see someone. Pull up the stats. Pull up the numbers, because the numbers don't lie, Dave. We can see who's putting in the work and who's not.
Real quick, talking about pulling up, I want to pull up Dauntless, because they are 1,000% hunting down our bottom team in the lobby, MANIC. They saw them in the plane path, the drop, MANIC trying to go all the way to the corner of the map in runes. I mean, yes, there's a runes on Miramar, just in case you didn't know. But Dauntless are straight up sending it here, trying to hunt them down. This is something else. Dauntless, they recognize they're in 5th place. They're 21 points behind that 2nd place, that golden ticket. They need all the points possible. And for them to be going this far out of their way to try to take out MANIC here first. Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Don't get
but
thirsted.
the fence!
Didn't get thirsted, though. Didn't get thirsted. We're still good. We're still okay.
Okay.
We're still okay. But this goes to show you just their heads-up play with knowing where teams drop and just kind of recognizing the plane path and the possible enemies and who might be over there. So this comes to show you like that experience that some of these players might be contributing to the squad here tonight.
Yeah, and that's kind of that mentality change. They were that squad that really just wanted to stay put on their drop spot in that first zone, really eat the blue zone damage. But this time around, they're like, yeah, we know if it's a different team, it's going to be one of the weaker teams that lands next to us on a map like Miramar. Let's go out and look for them. Now, they're not fighting them near the zone. They're still isolated out, so there's no third-party potential. So really nice stuff to see out of that squad. And with them being, of course, really only developed about a week ago, it's really just nice stuff to see from them. I'm not sure if it's the experience from Tensa or the longevity from Klaus or even just Bob coming in and recognizing, hey, you know, this is the play we should be looking at. Even if it doesn't work, we can still play our game plan. But one team that's been trying to stick to their guns was the Golden Boys, picking up elimination on the Unique Legacy squad. And that's one of those teams, you know, where they're going to need a pop-off performance if they want their name back in the mix. But with only 2 games left, it's really got to be that back-to-back pop-off for you to breach into that top 2.
Yeah, Golden Boys currently 38 points behind that second place, so they'll need back-to-back, but also they'll need like Xtreme Ice, Team Raid to not really do that well either, right? So there's a lot of factors involved with that. When it comes to the Golden Boys with 38, so when we're looking at teams with maybe more of a realistic shot who are being proactive here this game, I have to say it's Dauntless, right? We see them on the hunt, 21 points behind that second place spot, and well, they know what they got to accomplish here, and it's a tall ask, but at least they're attempting to do it, and that's what you love to see, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they came back in that 4-5 yesterday, really gave themselves that position to aim for these top 2, and obviously they're looking to repeat that in 5 and 6. I think today they've been a little bit under it for their performances, same with the One Esports squad, but we're seeing the difference between those two, right? It's Dauntless the one trying to make moves. Some of these other squads, they're leaving it up for other teams to take the notions, and we've seen time and time again, the ones that make these decisions when the pressure's on like this are usually the ones that come out on top with the zone shift like this as well. Wow. Dauntless will not have to stress too much about taking a fight out here in the zone if need be. And the rest of these teams, I'm seeing them kind of take the same similar spots they've already played. And if you do the same thing over and over, at some point, someone's going to change their strategy and they're going to start catching you off guard.
Going back to the Enigma fan club, who would be one player that you would pick up? One player from the slot that you would pick up that's not qualifying.
Not
Gaming.
Qualifying?
Yeah, so no one from Titan Gaming.
Okay. No one from Titan Gaming. I'm kind of liking Poppy Triste. I don't know if it's because I like saying his name or whatnot, but that squad itself, I feel I could maybe take 2 or 3 of them just in the mindset of, you know, I really enjoy seeing that team play. It's not really as flashy or as independent as stuff. They like playing together as a squad. But for the most part, this game now has developed a lot into you got to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. You got to be able to shoot your weapon. And Poppy Triste kind of fits that glove perfectly in what I'd want as a player. So if nothing works out and you want to take the name, hit me up on Insta. Of course, you know the social, but anything can happen. I'm not sure if that would be coming back, Dave, but of course, I think
I mean, you kind of just confirmed it. You
yeah,
just said hit you up on social.
Hit me up. Okay, but hit me, you know what I'm saying, okay? If he does want to do it, I'll leave it up to him, Dave. If someone wants to do it and I respect enough, if they've earned my respect, I'm going to keep using that word even though I know you and Taylor will give me stuff for it, but if they're looking to do it, I'll give them the access to it.
Okay. Poppy Triste, I believe 26 total eliminations here in this tournament so far. So number 5 on the leaderboard when it comes to player eliminations. So definitely a solid pick. For our future Enigma fan club teammates here. Looking around XYQ, we were told they're going to be attempting to spoil some dreams out here. Going to be up here on the high ground near Picado, playing it really slow, just trying to get away the land here. EXO, currently number 1 when it comes to eliminations. 40 eliminations on the side of Titan Gaming. Right behind him, you got Free Point from Team Raid with 31. And then still up here at the top, Legend and Frady from the Golden Eagles with 30 and 27. So remember, we started the day, Frady, I believe, had 26 total eliminations. And, well, only able to get 1 here. And I think Legend had 26 as well. So it goes to show you just how off of a day this squad, the Golden Eagles in particular, have been having here today, where their top 2 players really haven't been able to contribute that much here today.
Yeah, that's where you kind of look at the remaining 2 players and see, you know, can you step up and fill those shoes? Maybe it's a mentality gap of not being able to handle the pressure and that sort of speak. Obviously, those other players like the Exos and stuff like that, if you're performing well, I mean, your numbers will be up there to say the least. One team that particularly I have my eye on in that regard is still got to be Dauntless. Obviously, we've seen, you know, Casper and stuff like that have some of their moments. Same with Tensa the first game, but we got to finish through to the end. Today has not been it for them. And if they don't really pop off this game, Dave, I've almost got to kind of discredit Dauntless of making it into that top 2.
Yeah, talking about players who have been feeling it today, I was trying to look if there's any Dauntless player who's just really been standing out here today. I don't see anybody on the top 10. Right now we got Crow with 13 eliminations here today. Free Point with 11. EXO with 10. Olim from Raid with 10. But yeah, nobody from Dauntless, unfortunate. Still got 2 more games to go, so of course that can change. But just goes to show you, like, when one of your players are just having an on day, how much that can contribute, right, to your total points. So looks like Dauntless and Golden Eagles are going to be in a potential engagement over here in Power Grid. This is a big fight for both these teams, trying to fight for that 2nd place position.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of this warehouse play. Klaus and whoever it is, Tensa next to him, are going to have to really be making moves here, getting that sort of elements of surprise being here before them. And these 2 squads, they need to win this fight, but they need to win it with all 4 players up. We've been seeing too many times these teams, whether they win the engagement or not, they lose 2 or 3 players, not allowing them to really play comfortable the rest of the game. And with this being Miramar, them, even though they're on the edge of the zone, this spot could potentially be a great rotational point if they win the engagement. It's just a matter of, can they really do that? And if we're seeing buggy flips out in the distance today, that's kind of maybe the nerves are getting to them. But now we're really starting to see Golden Eagles will make their execution on the Dauntless, and it's going to be Tensa. The first one tested downstairs, has the cover fire from his teammate. But look at that, Golden Eagles actually backed up and are just instantly pulling the nades.
Little hesitation right there. Legend was inside the warehouse. Right around the corner was Tensa, but pulling back, getting third-partied from outside. And now Tensa vaulted through the windows, now on the outskirts of the building. Frady back against the wall. Looks like both squads kind of swapping positions here. Tensa about 1 HP. Shots are getting fired all across the way, and Titan Gaming rolling up with the 3rd party. This is a huge fight right now when it comes to the overall leaderboards, and Titan Gaming taking out Dauntless and the Golden Eagles.
2 for 1. I mean, what does it matter if you're getting knocks if another team's just going to completely wipe you off the map? And I mean, obviously Titan only got 3 of those, but it's like, was that ever worth it to slam? You look at the Golden Eagles, you look at Dauntless, and you could just pick apart questions of, why did we even decide to do this?
Crazy fight right there. Wow. Golden Eagles and Dauntless. 4th and 5th place team right there. They were trying to go at it back and forth, but Titan Gaming within ear's reach can hear the engagement happening, and no hesitation from them, just sending it, taking out the scraps right there, and not allowing either of those teams to continue to move forward. So that really opens up this game for Team Raid and Xtreme Ice, right? Raid, we see no eliminations, 4 squad mates still up though, right? So they're still going to be in it. Xtreme Ice, 1 elimination, the whole squad in it. So Xtreme Ice playing this one really slow. I saw them over there on the east side, pretty much not even making a peep, right? Just slowly moving into these zones, playing zone by zone. Meanwhile, Raid on the high ground will be overlooking XYQ, getting a little more involved compared to Team Ice. And Raid also has Titan Gaming ahead of them in the north that they need to worry about. So both of those 2 teams are the teams that we really need to focus on here this game, especially with the Golden Eagles and Dauntless, you know, being eliminated here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, can you make it just a two-way fight between you guys? Can you discredit Dauntless at some point? Can you discredit that other squad at some point? And there's still that issue of, other teams could still potentially look to ruin your chances. The likes of XYQ, with the likes of maybe even KR Esports or MANIC, as we've seen them take those early game engagements on these maps. And with this, after this Miramar, Dave, it's literally just one match. You have one Erangel left to really secure yourself that plane ticket to Brazil to be playing on stage. And some of these teams, they understand what's at stake. That's why we see the likes of Xtreme Ice. That's why we see the likes of Team Raid realizing, hey, some of these teams might be making moves that they're not comfortable with. We're going to keep playing our game, it seems. And for them, it's been working out today. They're the most consistent in the lobby.
Yeah. And Team Raid, they have been really good here tonight when it comes to getting elimination points. They've been really on their game, right? But when it comes to this match in particular, they might want to tune it back just a little bit. I feel like they have a lot more to lose in this current situation that they're going to be finding themselves in here on this Miramar map compared to Xtreme Ice. Xtreme Ice have a really big buffer between them and everybody else in the lobby, right? I can see them easily placing in the top finishes when it comes to placement points if these circles continue to shift towards them. Now, if the circle shifts away from them, that completely changes it. But when we look at Team Raid, they got a lot more possible fights in their general area, right, that they are going to be forced to contend with. So Team Raid gonna need to be on their P's and Q's here in this Miramar game. Looks like the next circle does pop. Both teams will be in the zone, but I'm still gonna be sticking with Team Raid. They're in the more dangerous position compared to their counterparts across the way.
Yeah, the scary thing is if Titan Gaming was able to get a knock and thirst maybe onto a Team Raid player, they have the potential of saying, hey, this is a team that we don't want to perform well this game. They could look to force the fight, actually just go for that straight 4v4 at the compound. XYQ's next to them, they could potentially push off a knock. So it's one of those moments where even though you're in the compound, as soon as you give an opening to anyone, they might potentially try to aggress on it. And with Xtreme Ice, I was able to see it a bit. There's no teams really around them. They're able to kind of just...
You got MANIC, but I mean, it's MANIC, right? I mean, those are points coming towards you.
Can we really even count that? But for them, it's, they could wait and not stress too much. They have the ridge lines as well in front of them they could potentially play. This western side is where all the action's at. It's just a matter of who decides to make certain plays. And unfortunately, some teams don't do well with those decisions because the decisions aren't in their hands.
Yeah, you got XYQ, kind of the villains in the lobby, and then you got Titan Gaming with nothing to lose. Just playing free, playing loose, already qualified. So looks like Titan Gaming are going to be pulling up just a little further ahead, keeping their one-player Crow in the back line as the caboose, as we coined it here tonight. And, well, here comes the villains of the lobby. XYQ going to be starting to press the envelope. Nate with a couple grenades trying to land it in the compound here of Team Raid. So you have to assume XYQ are fully aware of these enemies over here. And they got the high ground too, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested if they're going to maybe try to spread out on the hill or if they're really going to just force this fight with Raid, whoever that solo was, kind of just trying to TPP and keep an eye on them. Also believe StrangersBD is going to be to the far south on the ridgeline with XYQ, just a little bit out of reach for either of them to really fight and see each other. SON, I believe, as well. And somewhere sort of spread on that eastern side, a lot of these teams, they're making these rotations a little late. Titan Gaming actually lost EXO at some point. Not sure what happened there, but a trio for that squad. Obviously, they're still in contention for that first place. I don't see them dropping out, but realizing that now, hey, okay, there's other... Since Titan Gaming is out of the lobby, Dave,
nice knock.
Every player that's gone allows you to really start getting out of your comfort zone maybe and making plays that would really be changing the landscape of this match.
Nice little knock right there from Raid. Probably won't be able to get the confirm. We do see the chunks being taken out there in the distance, and XYQ not opting to make the push, even though they are aware of some opponents right ahead of them. Gonna be waiting to see where this next circle takes us here. And it's gonna be getting taken out. So next circle does not favor Team Raid anymore, right? But Team Raid still in the dangerous position where they need to make a move, right? Do they rotate towards Titan Gaming, or do they take the fight with XYQ, who are pretty much right above them, have been locked in on their warehouse for a good time? They're going to have to take the fight with XYQ if they even want a fighting chance. I mean, XYQ have been camping the Team Raid compound for a good amount of time, right? Like XYQ, they're going to be holding this one down, in my opinion. But there's a knock right there that might open this up.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally just Trick. He had one kind of like that first game with Bob, that sort of God spot ridge on a rock. Unfortunately, peeking over a little bit too long, giving the 1-for-1 trade. And now, you know, you've really got the clock against you. You got to go for it. But Alim giving the opening, Raid needing to clean this up fast. But the nade!
Nice grenade right there.
Trick as well. Look at that 1 HP Raid making something from nothing. Now putting the pressure onto XYQ.
Free Point has really been clutching it out here today. Let's see what Free Point can accomplish. Going to be pulling off of the revive here. Understands that the grenades are going to be getting chucked out from the duo on the high ground from XYQ. So trades are going back and forth. Alin was finally picked up. Going to be in the open. Spotted, tagged, and bagged. But it is not done yet for Team Raid. They're still going to be in it. You got to keep in mind, Titan Gaming down there in the distance in the north, too. So Team Raid can't expose too many angles without risking the third-party potential. But Valak here on the high ground with the UMP. Oh, trying to go for that spray down, but was traded on. And, well, let's see what Nate could do here from downtown. Nate is going to be connecting those shots, but can they connect on the Free Point, who has been crucial to keeping Team Raid alive here on this push?
I mean, he got the reset off. It's a 2v2 situation. XYQ's trying to get the man advantage again, but you got to start scaling up. The blue zone's on you, 1 HP. You cannot even take a tick, but Titan Gaming coming in again. Dave, and the long-range DBS making it happen. Raid keeping 2 players alive. Titan Gaming not anywhere near close, in my mind, of really aggressing. Great stuff out of the squad. Now, unfortunately for them, it's still, if they're eliminated here, Dave, it's only 7th place. They're only getting 1 to 2 placement points. You cannot be going out of this game just yet.
Yeah, and it's been their worst game yet when it comes to eliminations. Only 2 eliminations going the way of Team Raid. So Team Raid, they still got the duo, but they got Titan Gaming with their number, trying to hunt them down here all on the edge, and then StrangersBD down there on the low ground. So even if Team Raid wanted to hit the eject button and try to jump down these cliff sides, they're going to need to be mindful of StrangersBD, right? So still back against the wall. Nowhere really to go, so they're going to try to survive. Meanwhile, their counterparts across the way, Xtreme Ice, have been just big chilling. They picked up a couple eliminations over there in the north. They're going to have to reposition themselves, but yeah, Team Raid just in a very difficult position right now.
Yeah, I just really stress for them because Xtreme Ice still has their 4-man, I believe, at that compound. They've got 1 Esports who haven't performed well today, but if they have a pop-off, they're back in the conversation. But Crow getting put down! And Juancho, he got both of them, it seems. So Kindness, the solo now at Titan Gaming. I'm not sure why it was that 2v2 push, not grouped up. Really unfortunate stuff to see, and I think Raid should actually honestly aggress onto the solo. Get him out of the lobby.
Looks like Titan Gaming kind of just on their own individual missions right now, shooting at everything they see, and that pretty much opened it up for Free Point and their DBS over there to really stick it to Titan Gaming. Yeah, Titan Gaming not going to be stressing this one too much, so Free Point doing everything in their power to continue to survive. And there was a laser beam right there from the mini on to Kindness. Going to be forcing Kindness to heal up. Kindness does have the Molotov. Is going to be tossing that towards the direction of Free Point. Free Point has the DBS, though. Lock and loaded. Kindness hears the footsteps, but was taken out from Team Raid. Team Raid are still alive, Enigma. They're still alive with 5 eliminations.
As a duo, I mean, they're making it work. It's just them two. Now, Xtreme Ice, they ain't got to relax most of this game. They didn't have to deal with the mountain plays, Dave, but now they're on the back foot still as the 4-man before. I now think down to just 3 against the likes of One Esports. This might be the change we'll see in the leaderboard, but Poppy Triste moving forward. The frag grenades are going to start pouring down, but Poppy Sour, he's got his name still, trying to save it for the squad and burning the open. He's got to hit some miracle shots here. Strafing it.
There's only room for one Poppy in the lobby, and Poppy Triste, their grenade just spelling disaster right there for Xtreme Ice. And guess who's still alive? The duo from Team Raid. They were 12 points behind Xtreme Ice coming into this game. Enigma, top 4 situation.
Hey, I mean, they've got the reset, I believe, coming in, but if One Esports is looking right next to you, the nade actually misses, so a little bit of a blessing for them. They are going to be able to try to work into this next zone, and this has kind of just been that theme of they've been against the odds in these positions. StrangersBD now, the ones having to hold hands with them instead of Titan Gaming like it was earlier on, and for the most part, you got to watch the angles. Straight Nepal's looking at you. Luckily, free point, the support needed when it mattered most, saving his teammate from getting knocked. And look at this, he still has the high ground for his squad.
Free point is actually clutching it out here this game. Only 4 eliminations, but has been putting in a lot of damage and getting some crucial knocks for the team of Team Raid here. And we're not done yet. We got the mini, we got the 6 times, we got some ammo. Now we got a little nook and cranny here, right there on the smidge of the play zone, I believe. StrangersBD downrange, no grenades, no Molotov. It's going to come down to the DBS, pushing out right there. But StrangersBD, the 3 guns, just too strong for Team Raid. Unfortunate for them. But regardless, pretty good game, all things considered. Team Raid, 6 eliminations here on this Miramar game, Enigma.
Yeah, I think they're hoping now that One Esports isn't the squad that wins this match. You're hoping Stroud and Nepal even kind of just accumulates as many points as possible, and the frag grenades are coming in, one from Stroud and Nepal, the other from One Esports, and now it's looking like actually a 3v1 situation between AJ, the star player of SON, versus One Esports. Cat God is going to be spearheading it, but it's a tall order, Dave. 1v3s you don't see often.
AJ, well. See ya. One Esports. All right. Okay. They came into this game 27 points behind second place. All right. The win right there. They had some eliminations, Enigma. One Esports, they might be in the conversation again. I'm not going to lie. They might be in the conversation again when it comes to the second place, if they can get another solid performance here on the last and final map of the evening. I'm not even gonna lie. That might have just blew this whole thing open when it comes to that second place between One Esports, Team Raid, Xtreme Ice, Golden Eagles. This final game is gonna be pretty intense here, fellas.
Bro, and we set that narrative up from day 2, really. Well, really, at the end of day 1, because the score was so close, we knew game 18, right? The 6th and final game of day number 3 was going to be nutty. I want to focus my attention really on Raid at this point, because I am so impressed, not only about Freepoint, who is just absolutely in contention at this point for MVP of at least today of this tournament series, to join that alongside of Wancho, right, from Titan Gaming. But the fact that they made it out of low ground against XYQ, who was above them, who we know have been testing the waters when it comes to teams who are right on the bubble of qualifying for top 2. And then also Titan Gaming joining into the mix. Enigma, there was a nade that was hit. I call it the God nade. If they don't hit those nades and get the double down, I don't think they make it up the hill. From Free Point's perspective, like, dude, that showed to me, Enigma, if they make it to America's Fall season, like, this Team Raid has some serious legs.
Yeah, I mean, we're all obviously impressed whenever it comes to the utility usage, but it being on the back of the same player over and over, I mean, it's like you're looking at Tom Brady in PUBG Mobile in this regard. He's trying to come in and make sure that his squad still has a fighting chance. And yeah, we could say what we want about the XYQ roster trying to be the gatekeepers of some of these teams, but after that notion, I think you got to give the flowers to Team Raid. the elimination points have been speaking for themselves. And even after that, when they fought XYQ, they win the 2v3 against Titan Gaming. And then unfortunately afterwards, they weren't able to overcome StrangersBD. But at that point, they had done enough for them to feel comfortable coming into this last game.
It's just the fact that, Dave, that's the first time I've truly seen a team get tested like that, like in such a severe way. And the fact that they made it, because you even saw, like, even on our chat, like our private chat, I'm like, there's no way Raid gets out of this. Like, they're dead. They're anything but, like, the fact, I get that fighting uphill is never easy to do. XYQ had the elevation. You see Xtreme Ice, they didn't have the elevation. They camped it out inside the shack. They ended up dying. Raid was in a very similar circumstance, and they got out of it. I can't harp on it enough. Freepoint has been that guy. Ooh. Raid has been that team. Dave, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, 3 point. Listen, if your team doesn't qualify Enigma fan club, hey, they're recruiting. They're recruiting for next season. But yeah, coming into this next game, Team Raid, I don't believe they got enough points here this game to put them in that second place. So it's still going to be like the same story between Team Raid and Xtreme Ice. But regardless, Team Raid, when we talk about just consistent teams here tonight, they have been the most consistent when it comes to eliminations and placement points. So, even if they don't qualify, you can't discount how well they performed here today.
No, without a doubt, they've been insane. I'm a big fan at this point. But also, One Esports, and I love Enigma that Dave kind of started that narrative, like, look, they might actually be in the running. 17 points is serious with how close the scoreline has been. They were 20-plus points behind, but now they put themselves within striking distance to go into the final map number 6. If they can clutch up Enigma, One Esports could very well be in victory lane at top 2.
Yeah, they'd have to essentially pull a repeat of this performance, and to be honest with you, that could have been said for the Golden Boys, the Golden Eagles, Dauntless. There was 3 or 4 names that were kind of in that loop of, we hadn't really seen much out of them today, but they had done so well the first 2 days that if they just had a good performance, if they had their game at some point tonight, it could have been their name at the top here. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be One Esports taking that narrative. And we could see it already. The overall, everyone's eyeing that 2nd through 4th place. Obviously, it's a big gap between 135 and 152, but in my mind, it's still very well doable.
Can I put this into perspective, though, real quick? Like Dauntless, they need a win and 15 eliminations, right? Golden Eagles,
which is a record for today.
Yeah, and Golden Eagles need a win, 13 eliminations. One Esports, they need a win with 7 eliminations, and Team Raid, they just need a win, right? So it's like, out of those teams, like, which one do you realistically see happening here, fellas, right? And that's who I want to look at in this last match of the evening.
Yeah, Team Raid, obviously, One Esports, Golden Eagles, Dauntless. Again, those are like some big gaps, but One Esports for sure. And even One Esports, like with the way that Xtreme Ice and Team Raid have been so consistent, like they're going to have to pull up a godly game with Xtreme Ice and Team Raid dying very early on. So that's kind of their win condition. Team Raid, though, in that battle, like you said, staying the same against Xtreme Ice. Xtreme Ice has held on for so long at this point. So if they can hold on a little bit longer, they got this. But, it's a nail biter. Without question, it's been insane. And the reason why it's been so insane is, well, XYQ's been shaking things up. And quite honestly, ruined it in a way for the boys on Golden Eagles. They were in such a good spot, but XYQ started challenging them. And for what it's worth, Golden Eagles started challenging them back. They were also talking trash. So it's like, it goes back and forth. It's not all XYQ. Golden Eagles, and then, but they got into this ego battle. They didn't need to do that, but then they did, and now they dropped down to 5th place. They were in such a good spot, Enigma.
Yeah, for the most part, I don't mind the ego battle. Everyone's got to feel like their stuff doesn't stink. But at the end of the day, usually wait till you're secured into that top 2. When you're doing this after the 2nd day, we're doing way better than you. Everyone's going to remember who made it to the land qualification and who didn't. If you're the Golden Eagles, if you're going from that top 2 from those first 2 days, dropping down because you couldn't drop the ego battle between someone on the bottom 9, it speaks volumes on the competitive nature and the mindset these players have.
It just doesn't make sense to me. But hey, it is what it is, and players, they've got their own mental battles that they got to go through in the way that they figure things out. Well, there it is. 5 games down, chat. It comes down to one more map to determine our top 2. It's been a big race, right? The points are as close as they could possibly be going into the final map. One Esports, Xtreme Ice, throw in Team Raid in there, right? All battling for that second place spot. Titan Gaming, they're sitting pretty. They've already qualified. Now, who will be the second team to do so? We're going to find that out when we come back from the break. Erigo coming your way very shortly. And welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. It comes down to this, the final map, map number 18 of this 3-day series to qualify just 2 teams out of 16 for the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season. Who will it be? Who wants their chance at $250,000 and their chance to compete at PMGC? Well, at least for Titan Gaming, we know they're sitting pretty at the moment. But for 3 other teams, Xtreme Ice, Team Raid, One Esports, well, they still have very much a real chance to qualify, but they've got to grab the bull by the horns and go for it, because if they don't, well, hey, it's all going to fall to the wayside. And these 3 days was a good experience, learning anyways, but it doesn't amount to a future, at least whenever it comes to America's Fall season. Time to compare some of our players who have been competing today. And I want to look at EXO, and I believe EXO versus Freepoint. Very good comparison here, Dave. I love it. EXO's been on fire. He's been incredible. He's been a wonderful addition to Titan Gaming, and he will have his chance to play over in Brazil. For Freepoint, though, still needs to earn his position, but he showed us in that last map, he is absolutely a serious contender, much like EXO.
Yeah, EXO's been consistent all weekend long and a really good addition, right, to Titan Gaming, but Freepoint has been popping off here today. So if Team Raid do end up qualifying today, I gotta say it is on the back of Freepoint, who has just been doing so well and having some solid clutch moments here tonight.
Without a doubt, Freepoint has been nutty. Again, without his performance, that double kill, those nades as well, up that hill against XYQ in map number 5, they would not have been alive. They wouldn't have made it. They wouldn't even had a chance to challenge Titan Gaming, who came at him a little bit later. 41 eliminations. Yeah, come on, you got to give him credits for that. That's incredible, to say the least. And is this just for today? This is just for today, I believe. 41 elims for one. I mean, come on. That is nutty, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the eliminations themselves, it's really just going to be that free point. You know, he's probably getting those 1 or 2 initial knocks, and it's allowing his team to get the squad wipes. And having a player like that where you look at the back and maybe your teammates are looking for a pillar to kind of lean against, free point has stood up to everyone and said, you can look to me to get the job done. And for the most part, I believe it was actually, he's at 35 total eliminations coming into the 3 days. EXO, who is, I believe, our number 1, is at 41. So he's completely shrinked that gap in terms of that MVP spot for our first place team, saying, hey, you know, I'm performing today and I'm making sure you're going to have a battle for that MVP.
So to put this in perspective, Dave, 44 eliminations for one single day. Xtreme Ice is currently in second place, and in large part because of their 5 winner chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Xtreme Ice has 76 eliminations. That's all. Total for 3 days. For 1 day, Team Raid has got 44. So, I mean, if we would have had probably 3 more maps, who knows? Team Raid might have gotten the entirety of Xtreme Ice's elimination points in 1 single day, Dave. That's how dominant Team Raid has been on day 3.
Yeah, and that's a good topic to bring up as well, because I heard Titan Gaming are thinking about hunting down One Esports out of the bunch, which I personally think might be the wrong team to hunt down. I think the team that they would want to hunt down would be Team Raid, because they are the stronger team when it comes to team fights, eliminations, just playing a lot grouped up, a lot more together, right? Xtreme Ice, they prioritize late to end game. They prioritize getting the winner chicken dinner. I'm not too concerned. You know, I don't see that really working out in the Americas too much, especially with Alpha 7 just steamrolling everybody on the edge. That team will probably cut them off on most of their rotates. One Esports, they had a good game last game, right? But they're still kind of up in the air. So when it comes to Titan Gaming having the power to really decide who they fight in that next lobby, I would want to take out Team Raid, in my opinion here, fellas. And I don't know if I'm way off on that, but let me know.
No, I agree. Take out the most serious contenders heading into Americas. You know, Xtreme Ice, it's a great point against Alpha 7. Just to point this out, by the way, everyone out there, this is Team Raid versus One Esports for their stats today. All right, One Esports, 16 eliminations. That's all they've got. And Dave, you actually did some of the addition a little bit ago. How much does One Esports? I know they need 17 points to catch up to Xtreme Ice.
So that's a win and 7 eliminations. I can see that. I can see that happening. Right when it comes to Golden Eagles. A win and 13 eliminations, don't really see that. I'm sorry, fellas. When it comes to Dauntless, a win and 15 eliminations, I definitely don't see that happening, right? And no shade to them. It's just a tall ask. And not only do they need to acquire that win with those eliminations, they also need to hope that Titan Gaming aren't here popping off. They need to hope that Xtreme Ice aren't camping in the compound until late game. Like, there's so many different factors, right? That you got to take into account. So I'm definitely looking at Team Raid and One Esports to maybe make that comeback and get that second place spot here, fellas.
Yeah, they're going to have to work hard, though. With only 16 eliminations today, we talk about them having to get a minimum of 7 plus a win. Like, that's a lot comparative to their 16 that they've got. So they're going to have to pull off one of the biggest games they've had today, maybe even bigger than what they've had the previous 2 days if One Esports wants to qualify. Hey, things are getting serious. Chat, let us know who will be that second team to join Titan Gaming for the Americas Fall season. Will it be Team Raid? Will it be One Esports? Or will Golden Eagles or Dauntless throw a Hail Mary and have one of the best games we've ever seen and take that spot away from all 3 of those rosters? Well, we're about to find that out. The final game of our PMSL Americas North America qualifier is about to take place. Map number 6, going back to Erangel where we started. Mustache Dave Enigma, let's finish this story out.
Game of their lives. That's got to be the way you got to put it, Dave. One Esports, you know, they haven't had too stellar of a day. Obviously, they just won that last match, but I got to throw them in the boat of Xtreme Ice. Their early game doesn't seem to be too strong. They play for those late game positions. And yeah, Xtreme Ice has gotten those placement points today. But if we're really looking at teams that Titan Gaming should focus, I think they should steer clear of Team Raid. When you have someone like Freepoint really dominating the lobby and you want to prevent someone maybe that you don't want to see next to you on stage, I'm really looking at Xtreme Ice and One Esports. Too passive of gameplay maybe in their mind, and for a squad like Titan Gaming, where you have so many threats in terms of gunners, the early game, that sort of positioning in these zones where you can set up for those fights, I think is going to be too crucial coming into the last match.
Yeah, it looks like Titan Gaming are going to be dropping down there on the military base island, the only team down there in the south, so no hot drops coming in from them here. Doesn't mean they're not going to drop, get their loot, and quickly go on the hunt. But over here, Dauntless, they are going to be in the mix with Unique Legacy. So remember, we're talking about teams going for that Hail Mary play, trying to get the win. Plus all the eliminations here. Dauntless could be setting that one up. StrangersBD, I see KR, I see OG and Pachinki getting involved. So there's a lot of like individual skirmishes happening all over the place, but skirmishes that really matter is this one right here. This one right here, XYQ going for the hot drop onto Xtreme Ice here. Xtreme Ice only 9 points ahead of Team Raid and 17 points ahead of One Esports. So they cannot afford to get squad wiped here early on.
Yeah, I mean, the squad wipes, it's going to be a lot of different parts of the map. They're going to be focused. Pachinki itself going to be the main spot. It looks like it's going to be KR Esports versus Old Gangsters versus StrangersBD. These guys are wanting to battle it out up to the very end. And Old Gangsters, they've already got one on the board, but when there's, 12 or so players just in Pachinki, the loot's going to be looking a little bit scarce.
This is what I call, again, stinky Pachinki. Trademark pending. So let's see. Kiddo going for that wraparound with the Tommy gun. Oh, Fishy is just like, what, on the Game Boy here in the corner. Oh my goodness, didn't even recognize that one happening. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty much just like a show match here for these teams in Pachinki. See who comes out on top, the bragging rights here, and maybe get a nice little highlight play. And yeah, I don't think this is really gonna affect the overall leaderboards too much, but it would be nice to see a crossbow elimination here, Enigma.
I don't know if we've seen one within the last 2 years or so of competitive PUBG Mobile with the crossbow. It's got the skin with it too, which I like. But with the
Let's just write in the rule that if you get a crossbow squad wipe, you just automatically win the whole thing.
You win the game.
Just
or
the game.
10
you
bonus.
Make it to the last event. You win the last event actually.
We put it on a billboard at the next event. Replays every segment.
the 1v4 crossbow. That would be something else. I think one time in my whole life I saw like a pan toss in the air and randomly hit somebody in the head and took them out. But I think it was you that got taken out by that pan, actually.
Oh, come on, no. I know I got a big head, but come on, Dave, that wasn't me.
Boink! Wasn't you?
Unfortunately, it seems like KR Esports is going to be the name in some of these fights. Unfortunately, being on the eliminated side of it, Old Gangsters completely wiping them. They actually have 7 elims to their name somehow. So kind of just taking names right now, but we know it's really going to be for not more just that bragging rights. But the one thing I'd like to note, Dave, is this idea of when teams like this do these plays, we're looking at the likes of Dauntless and stuff. We're looking at the likes of One Esports and even the Golden Eagles, where if they're needing to drop these double-digit elims, these teams need to be alive for them. And now it's not even, it's looking like Dauntless is on the short end of it with Unique Legacy landing next to him, forcing the fight, and unfortunately down to just Tensa now. And the double barrel, I mean, it only does so much. You get 2 shots out of 3, and look at that, the BM spray into the box.
Yeah, this is Unique Legacy with the BM spray here. 108 points behind qualifying, so now's the time for the BM. I saw a knife elimination right there. This is wild. But yeah, I agree with you. These crazy hot drops from these teams at the bottom definitely will be taking away points from Team Raid, from One Esports, even Xtreme Ice, and who are trying their best to just compete and make that second place spot to move to that next round here. And I think that's something that a lot of these teams also need to consider, because it's not new, right? I mean, it happens every single event, every single lobby, every single qualifier. Like, the last game is always just a toss-up. It's a clown fiesta. You never know what to expect. So if you are trying to qualify in the last game, you got to take into consideration the unpredictable factor, right, that we tend to see in these final matches. So, and I think that's why Titan Gaming, they're like, listen, we already qualified, but we don't want no part in any of that craziness. We're just going to drop all the way down there in military base. We're going to do our thing. We're going to show up and maybe even just kind of put that cherry on top of the banana split that we got here tonight, right? And maybe get the win, get the win and just solidify themselves in that first place even further, just to be like, we were the best in qualifiers here once again. We showed up, we competed, and there was no competition. I mean, we were 40 points ahead of everybody else, if they get that win. So I do like the strategy, though, from Titan Gaming.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to, you look at these other teams and they're like, okay, what's XYQ's mindset of if they drop on Titan Gaming? They are so far ahead that they've dominated so much that they're like, there's no changing that part of the leaderboard. And maybe some people like that idea coming into the last day. If you're near that bottom 8, you want to have control because you weren't in that position, that breathing room that Titan Gaming was able to give themselves of, we could literally die first off spawn in the last map and we would still be first place. No one else in this lobby has that luxury. And to be honest, I really do think it was because of that experience they had in Americas from the likes of Kindness when he was on SOR and stuff, from the likes of Juancho when he was coach and then later played shortly for a bit at that event. This team has shown time and time again that, hey, if we put ourselves in a position, we don't need to have a worry in the world about this situation happening. But of course, like we just saw with Dauntless, they weren't the ones out of the waters just yet. And unfortunately for them, it's their time's up. There's no more games after this.
One elimination going their way. Dauntless was a team that they've only been playing together for 1 week. Tensa literally joined the team 2 minutes before the lockout period of the sign up, and regardless, like, the team accomplished a lot here, in my opinion. Klaus, number 6 on the overall elimination leaderboards with 27 eliminations before they got taken out. Of course, other players can leapfrog them here on the overall because they're still in the game. But regardless, like, Klaus just put on such a performance here. And I think Dauntless, Casper, and like almost 6,000 damage done. So the whole team, I honestly want to see them compete again with this roster, right? Like, even though they didn't qualify, just the fact that they were able to accomplish so much in a week, I kind of feel like they got something cooking here, Enigma. So hopefully we'll see more from this roster from Dauntless in the future.
Yeah, kind of just unfortunate, that series of events where it's that NA, roster shuffle, roster mania, 2 minutes before. We obviously could have maybe seen that, even if it was a month of practice together. What kind of changes would we have seen? But, unfortunately for them, hopefully, at least from what we had just said, they're able to stay together and come back next split for the likes of it, because we really do think, of course, we talk so much, whether it's the mistakes or whether it's the great moments they have, we understand that this team has something to them that maybe some of these other rosters haven't figured out yet.
Golden Eagles looking for a winner chicken dinner plus 13 eliminations to even catch up to Xtreme Ice NA. So far they got 2 eliminations, and it looks like they might be able to take out the OGs over here. Walk away unscathed. Whole team alive.
There's a few.
Go. Golden Eagles. Okay. Showing up here. Last game of the evening. Getting some points on the board. Now, I don't know if we mentioned, but the circle has about...
what is that? 80?
Nah, definitely not 80.
Oh, come on.
Whoa, okay. I need to send you back to percentage school. I'm thinking like
50?
60 at the most.
Oh.
60% water at the most here, Enigma. 80?
Yeah. Hey, I mean,
80.
Listen, we don't do the scores ourselves. We're just here to talk about the game. And percentages are also part of numbers, Dave.
Yeah, numbers.
It's not like I'm a math guy or anything like that. I'll leave that up to the back end people to just tell me what to say, so to speak. But for the most part, I mean, who really cares about the water and stuff like that in the zone, Dave, if you're just going to be fighting out in blue zone? Taking a
I was
bit
going
of
to say, I care
tips,
about
like,
the zone, but I see where
listen,
you're going with that.
Like, you
yeah,
know,
this
like
is One Esports. This is a big fight. Remember, One Esports just got that winner chicken dinner. They were a win and 7 points behind qualifying. They already lost one of their players here early on. It looks like they're going to be holding down this east bridge with straight out of Nepal, and another squad over there just north, MANIC. So I mean, they got the potential for some points here. It just depends if they could hit them shots, honestly, on that bridge out there.
Ooh, Dave.
I told you, Titan Gamer are getting the win, dude. They're looking for the cherry on top of the banana split they got this weekend.
I mean, it's got to be something like that. Might as well put a diamond on the top of it, because that zone shift literally just sits on top of them. And these teams, I think a lot of these, especially the One Esports and the likes of them, their idea maybe is, let's just eat zone, let's let people grief themselves, and then we'll come in. But as soon as one of these teams like SON finds you or stuff like that, now you're the one being held out in zone. And it's really going to come down to, we could see on the battle tracker on the right, how many of your players you can get into that next zone. We're talking there's only 32 remaining players in the lobby. If you're going to have at least 2 or 3, a lot of these squads you can fight in that late game because of how much aggression happened at the start of this match. But of course, Raid, that's another one of the teams. They're actually set up pretty well. They're going to have to cross the water somehow, but they're needing points as well. They're not in it just yet either.
Got a limb over there on a little island. Looks like the team currently intertwined with the Golden Boys, and the Golden Eagles just north of them, looking for the potential third party. So far, 2 eliminations on the side of Raid. They're going to be somewhat separated here, not playing grouped up like we've seen them here tonight, but Free Point is just unleashing the beast here so far when it comes to trying to get these eliminations. I did see our team, Ice Brothers, on a boat to Xtreme Ice, so they're going to be playing slow and cautious as usual, trying to survive for that late game. But really, Team Raid, all eyes are on them. Oh no way! That's going to set them back here a couple pegs. Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, it's just unfortunate because Free Point was having to worry about the Golden Eagles coming in for the third party. You heard those shots, and when the nades start coming in, you can only really dodge for so much before they start landing on you. Now, Raid, I mean, look at this. The zone's moving in as well. You're going to have to start swimming. And I believe, actually, Titan Gaming, instead of staying center, they went completely to that shoreline. So you're going to have to start swimming next to those 1 or 2 other teams that were on the docks with you, while a full team, with it being Titan Gaming, just raining down. And I mean, yeah, look at that. It's just XYQ solo. It's an M4 looking at a boat. Like, you can't get much more set up than that. Really just tragic stuff to see.
Robert GG.
Oh, he blew it up.
GG.
The boat wars.
One Esports, by the way, they were eliminated, so they're out. One Esports, they are out.
Unfortunate.
It's really it's really between Team Raid and Xtreme Ice. Like, those are the only 2 teams right now that are competing for that second place. Unless I'm missing something. Golden Eagles. Are they in still? I don't.
Yeah,
they're still in.
Just got in.
I mean, they're still in, but 5 eliminations. Okay, I mean, they're cooking a little bit here, Enigma.
Problem is, there's 21 left in the lobby. If that's 4 teammates of yours, we're looking at what, 17 total eliminations you can get. It's definitely in that double-digit range they need for their eliminations. So they'd essentially need to farm the whole rest of the lobby. Battle tracker is showing what is that? 3 solos and 3 duos.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know if that's enough, honestly. Golden Eagles, they're doing everything they can do here. A couple players going out to the blue zone now. So, Xtreme Ice, they got 2 members in this boat. The last 2 members alive. They're going hunting out here. They're trying to get some eliminations. They're focusing a lot of their time and effort right now on the Benny. Looks like it is going to be working out in their favor. But Team Raid, they just got picked apart up there in the north here. And they're down to just a solo with only 3 eliminations here.
Yeah, it really comes down to, you know, how many points can Xtreme Ice accumulate. Look at that. He's actually having to drive away, scared of that solo jumping in with them and taking shots. And I really do enjoy this play. I know a lot of people maybe don't find it that important.
Havoc jump on their boat?
Yeah, he can jump in and shoot the player in the back seat. But Poppy Sour's doing what I talked about in that earlier Erangel match, Dave. He's trying to swim right on top of him. So all he has to do is just kind of aim his hip fire and spray him. Havoc already down to 1 HP as well. And yeah, I think he's going to find him eventually. Hopefully he's able to recognize it. But with the zone coming in, it's still only 15 players up. This is 2 for your squad. There we go. Finally, he actually didn't even get that point.
He lost it. So they're still going to be alive here. Oh, no. Oh, that was Raid.
No.
That was Raid. Raid are out. 3 eliminations, 7th place overall. Raid had one heck of a run here today. Enigma. Raid as a team today. So well-oiled machine. Just unlucky here on the final match of the evening.
Yeah, I don't like saying, you know, leave it up to luck and that sort of thing, but the zone shift was pretty rough for the most part.
It was rough.
If you're anyone on that north side of the bridge, you know, especially in a match like this, that bridge is going to be camped. You're going to have the docks completely filled with players, and unfortunately, they couldn't make the cross themselves. Titan Gaming, they land on the south side. They didn't have to worry about any of that. And the zone shifts, you know, obviously we could talk about any number of their games where maybe they did poorly. That'd be the better instance of it. But today alone, from the likes of Team Raid, they showed to everyone in NA that if they maybe even just had a few more games, maybe they just had a different day one or something, they could have very well been that top 2 team. And now we see it, of course. I mean, the zone speaks for itself. How many players are alive? Bunch of solos and duos left.
Can the Golden Eagles I'm trying to do math here. There's like, how many players? They have 6 eliminations so far, right?
Okay.
And there's, I think, 9 more players on the board. So that would be if they get every player, that's 15 eliminations plus the win. Golden Eagles, they needed 23 points to overtake Xtreme Ice, but Xtreme Ice are still in it. So
yeah, I think it's just too tall of an order at this point. You might have waited too long. Too many people, like I said earlier, being those solos and duos. You're not really going to be the one finding each of those players in this lobby. And for them, obviously, you know, we talked day 1, day 2 as well of just this duo of Legend and Frady being able to pop off and really show off. Yeah, they were in that top 5, top 10 for eliminations throughout the whole tournament. But unfortunately for them, it really just didn't pan out, it seems, in this last day.
Wow. I still believe Free Point from Team Raid might finish as the 2nd on the overall when it comes to player eliminations with 35, maybe even a little more. Free Point had like 6,180 total damage done. So Free Point had just popped off here today and, well, just weren't able to make it in the final game. But regardless, like that squad as a whole, just looking at the 3 days, very strong team, Enigma. They could work on their placement points a little bit. They only had 1 winner chicken dinner. Most of their points coming from eliminations, but when it comes to the team fights, Team Ray, they were looking really good this weekend.
Well, hey, I'm Enigma as well. I'm here. All right.
Yeah,
Call
I was
the
gonna
action.
ask you, what do you think about Titan Gaming and the fact that there's still 4 of them alive? Is it mathematically possible? I heard you were doing the math on the back line. Is it mathematically possible for the Golden Eagles?
No, not mathematically impossible. Just simply for the fact that Xtreme Ice is still alive, right? They're still alive. We're at top 4 at the moment. They're taking away those placement points. So It's a great run for Golden Eagles. Like, you know, they did an incredible job off the first day and the second day. Whenever it comes to the third day, like, they just dropped the ball when it came from map 1 through 5. Game 6, cool. Yeah. It's just today. And that's the thing we discussed, right? From day 1 to day 2, you could do an incredible job. But it's all about how you finish, not about how you start. Golden Eagles, they're having a strong finish here, but not in enough time. It was mathematically impossible when you still had 3-4 other teams up because there was only 9 players that they could eliminate. Xtreme Ice staying alive kind of did that for them, and in a pretty melodramatic way. The fact that they stayed in the water, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it has to end like this, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I was rooting for Team Raid, Dave, but at the end of the day, man, they couldn't stay alive long enough.
What do you think about that, Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, Team Raid, for the most part, they were a squad that really just shined in my eyes, and I'd much rather prefer someone that has that elimination stuff kind of in the locks, in that sort of back pocket, compared to just only getting the points off of placement. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a matter of who gets the total points in those 18 games, and unfortunately, Team Raid just fell short.
Team Raid falling short here in the final map of the evening. Titan Gaming looking to put the final stamp on their qualifier tournament. Even though I sent the mail after game number 1, we're gonna have to send them another one after this saying, hey, you definitely qualified now. They're looking to get the winner chicken dinner. Still 4 up. They're gonna be in the zone. Some cover to work with. You got the Golden Eagles up there in the north looking for some potential picks when it comes to eliminations. You got 2 members from Xtreme Ice just kind of swimming out there on the shorelines, having a good old time. And of course, the villain of competitive PUBG Mobile North America, Alex, still alive out here.
Yep.
Might square up with Robert GG. I don't even think he knows. Yeah, nope. Okay.
Not at all.
See you later. I mean, think about it. Robert GG has been in the water for a good amount of time now. So
that's right.
Who would have guessed there would have been a solo behind you this late into the game? And now we're down to just 3 teams here, fellas.
There's 3 teams, man. That's all it is. And, of course, as we know, Titan Gaming, they've already qualified. Golden Eagles, they just don't have it. Xtreme Ice, they've qualified too. So, really, you kind of just have a consolation match. Who's going to take it? Who's going to finish off as strong as they could as Kindness picks up 1. But Xtreme Ice, they're running on fumes. They only have 1 player up at the moment, trying to just stay up as long as they can. Poppy Sour down low, just kind of hanging out. Kindness up top. It's... Again, not amounting to much here, but it's going to allow for an entertaining finish. And, you know, Titan Gaming, to finish off with the win heading into America's Fall season, you know, that's got to make them feel good.
Trying to get some more points on the board here. Just strengthen their lead in that first place position. As if they needed it. Oh! Nice little shot right there. Little Taparino. Golden Eagles doing everything in their power to possibly get the final win themselves, but unfortunate for them, it is going to be up against Titan Gaming, the #1 team in the lobby right now. So they're going to be able to get the pickup, I believe, here, Enigma.
Yeah, I got to really come back with it when it comes to this Titan Gaming squad of just, you know, the first day we questioned it, obviously with EXO coming, and he proved us wrong. Day 1, and then day 2 and 3 they just kept the train going after all. And you know, to be honest with you, I'd like to see Titan Gaming really just kind of ease out Golden Eagles as much as they can down to a solo and go for the pan fight. I mean, make it entertaining at the end, you know, throw something in like a curveball to make it entertaining for the likes of us, because we know Titan Gaming, they're the ones that are coming out on top of this. It doesn't matter how many people you send at this squad, it seems they're always coming out on top. And I mean, for Titan Gaming, it's, you know, their trip back to PMSL Americas. Hopefully, we're able to see some sort of comparative result as tonight in the last few days as in that tournament.
Yeah, and I'm still a big fan of Titan Gaming. I mean, we're looking at the new addition on the team, EXO here. EXO has been crucial to their performance here on the weekend, of course, but I believe might be the puzzle piece they were missing, right?
Yeah.
Titan Gaming, they have been a squad who has consistently performed well in qualifiers and been able to make it to that next round, but then once went in that next round, kind of sizzled out. So hopefully this go around, as we get into the final half of the year, this is the Titan Gaming that North America will be sending to the big leagues come end of year, and they'll be able to perform. So
yeah, I mean, we're talking, we went from top 3 qualification for PMSL Americas, top 2. They're coming in with, the 1 or 2 new players to this roster, maybe something new, maybe foreign in their mind. But for the most part, the squad has shown that their experience is going to overcome those challenges. And Taylor, it's kind of that same idea of, are we going to see a repeat of our poor performance in last PMSL Americas, or are we going to see a real change coming in?
Lord, I hope not. North America, they didn't break that top page. I think Hyper was the only one to do it during the spring season, and they did it for a short period of time after day 1, but then after that, it was just kind of all tumbling down, 9 through 16. But Titan Gaming looks great. For what it's worth, EXO has been a tremendous addition to the team, Dave. I can't wait to see what they do, and even for Xtreme Ice, even though they're not slaying out, right, they're still getting those winner chicken dinners. You mentioned Alpha 7, and that's a great point. But let's not get us. Everybody has to watch out for Alpha 7.
Yeah. I like the game plan from Xtreme Ice. They play the zones, but the thing is, we've seen teams in the past who also play the zones, and when it comes to the regionals and even the globals, that just doesn't cut it, right? Unfortunately,
sure.
You got to know how to take smart fights. You got to know how to win these fights, and when and when not to kind of crank the dial when it comes to the aggression. And when it comes to Xtreme Ice, I didn't see any dial cranking at all, when it comes to the actual aggressive team fights. But regardless, don't take away from the fact that they qualified over here on the weekends. They are going to be moving, in my opinion, to that next round. I believe so. I mean, obviously, we'll get the confirmation here in a minute.
Sure.
But I do think they got some things they should work on from now until then, right? And in particular, I think it is learning when to crank that aggression when it comes to team fights.
Well, the good news is there's a month, a little over a month, I believe, until we do get started with the Americas Fall season. So there's plenty of time to renegotiate your team and figure it out. As well as potentially for some of these guys who maybe didn't make it. We talk about Free Point from Team Raid, who is absolutely out of this world. Poppy Tree State from One Esports. I mean, players that could absolutely be picked up into the league that, in my opinion, proved themselves during the North American qualifier across the 3 days. But for Titan Gaming, for Xtreme Ice, those two teams were definitely the outliers. They held on tight to what they had. They stayed consistent. And yeah, there are things to fix. Even for Titan Gaming, I would say there's things to fix. But regardless, though, they definitely are well and head and shoulders above at this point, Enigma. But for Xtreme Ice, they've got plenty of time to renegotiate their play style, figure it out. Again, if they can rack up those eliminations, they already have good positioning. They already have great in-game play. I think there could be a decent team that can rival some of the best.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we always expect that from some of these squads, especially, we're going to have that NA bias when it comes to PMSL Americas. But I like the note you made where, there's the likes of Poppy Tree State, AJ from SON as well can be thrown in there. There's a lot of players that showed that they were able to hang with the top guns in this lobby. Obviously, I'd expect them to be able to do the same. Maybe some of these teams, like the likes of Xtreme Ice, maybe they don't feel comfortable enough. Maybe they don't feel they have enough guns on the team. Maybe there's a swap there that can happen. Maybe it's just the IGLing. You bring one of these players in as a coach, like Coach Juancho did last split. There's a lot of different things you could be doing to really improve your squad within the next month.
Without a doubt, there it is. Titan Gaming will start and finish strong as they will win the final game of the day, the final game of the entire qualifiers, and do it in a pretty dominant fashion with 17 total points. You got to give credit where credit is due. They played out of their mind, but at least for Game 6, it was a heartbreaking defeat for Team Raid as they were eliminated way too early. Yeah. Same thing for Golden Eagles, right? They played their absolute best, but they got started too late, and 12 points will not cut it, I assume anyways. Let's take a look at our overall rankings and see who qualified, and to no surprise, it's Titan Gaming and Xtreme Ice, the top two teams moving forward. But Dave, there was a close race, right? Third on down, Team Raid, Golden Eagles, One Esports, all teams that are great, but barely missing out.
Yeah, and we were talking about these teams from the beginning of the night, right? Team Raid, Golden Eagles, One Esports, Dauntless, and we even threw in some Golden Boys in the mix, right? All of these teams kept the competition awfully close and just kind of forcing it to the last two games of the evening to really help us, make that final decision and see who the top two teams were. So shout out to all those players and all those teams for really showing up here this weekend, fellas.
Yeah, without a doubt, and shout out to Titan Gaming, the only team to break 100 eliminations. They did so in stride, hitting 123. But for Xtreme Ice, they are the undeniable champions when it comes to winner chicken dinners at a total of 5. Great job from them, and honestly, a big victory as far as I'm concerned. Enigma straight out of Nepal. You shouted out AJ. Well, they make it to the top page. There was that battle of who's going to break out of 9 through 16 straight out of Nepal. Well, they barely did it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, finish strong. The eliminations at least pushes you up the leaderboard a bit. And I really got to note, second place squad, Xtreme squad, less eliminations than placement points, really showing that they were piggybacked on those first places. Obviously, they picked up those eliminations at the time. But, I mean, for the rest of these squads, the bottom 9, there's only one winner chicken dinner from the StrangersBD squad. And obviously, we see the likes of XYQ where they have 70 elims to their name, but the rest of these teams, unfortunately, just never really finding their moments in these lobbies.
Unfortunate indeed. Well, the villains, Dave, right there, XYQ, they will finish in 9th place, and they really were the demons on the final day.
Yeah, and looking at some interesting stats that kind of stood out to me is the team damage leaders, the total damage that the teams accumulated over the 3 days, right? And Titan Gaming, of course, they're going to be at the top, but right behind them, the Golden Eagles, you know, we had Titan Gaming with 24K total damage done, Golden Eagles with 22, and then beneath them, Dauntless, Raid, and XYQ. So it just goes to show you, like, how much work the Golden Eagles were putting in throughout the weekend. Just unfortunate for them, the first 5 games here on the final day when it really matters just didn't go their way, right? So I think Golden Eagles, all in all, had a really good weekend, but a bad day, right? So I don't want to take away anything from them because coming into today, they're in second place, right? I mean, that was crazy. And we did have some pretty unique circles here tonight as well, but pretty interesting stat I found, and yeah, that's that.
Yeah, and you got to give them their flowers. I think they played well. They really did, and they showed that they can recover well, especially in day number 2 after starting off with 2 zeros and then finishing strong and even finishing, I believe, in 1st or 2nd place going into day 2. So I give them credit where credit is due. I don't want to see them break up. Let's see what they could do in the future moving ahead, but they're going to have to wait a little bit longer before they join, of course, the America's main competition over in Brazil. But let's talk about our qualified teams because they worked hard to get to this point. And they obviously, well, they're going to make it and get their chance to play at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season for $250,000, as well as a shot at playing and competing at PMGC. Of course, we're talking about Titan Gaming and Xtreme Ice, both of them working hard, and well, they get their chance to represent North America, and I could not be more excited. Talking about Titan Gaming, what makes them such a good team in your mind, Enigma?
I think the main thing was how well of cohesiveness they were able to develop in such a short amount of time when it comes to Juancho and Kindness playing with EXO. I mean, that second day, first game, Juancho's pulling a 1v3 out of him. The first day, of course, was EXO's 1v2 match 1, really shaking the nerves or maybe doubts that other teams, or at least his players, his teammates even had of him. And for obviously the last day, they were able to just keep that consistency and finish strong. The squad, for the most part, has shown that they're able to hang with some of the best players in our region. Hopefully, we're able to see that moving forward, because if they are, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Without a doubt, Crow, Kindness finishing up in the top 10 when it came to overall eliminations, Dave. And, well, of course, the other members, well, they will remain across the board and not only assist, but other stats. But when I think about that duo, though, of Juancho and EXO, I go back to yesterday where Kindness did not spawn in for map number 1, and Titan Gaming made a deep run, finishing in 3rd place with 10 eliminations, and that was Juancho and EXO, the duo making it happen. EXO, the new addition, he is absolutely stellar.
Yeah, we need to get Kindness like an external power pack, by the way, to make sure that they don't lose power at all, because I saw they lost power one time this night, and I believe what game, or one of the games on day number 1. But yeah, I mean, EXO, I mean, I'm getting like early in Coops, Enigma, stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm getting early Coops vibes, you know, coming out. from the play style that they're kind of implementing here, kind of playing around EXO, allowing EXO to have the room to make these pretty clutch plays happen. So that's a good thing, by the way. So let's see if they can kind of continue to refine that play style and play around EXO and let EXO just fly like an eagle, not like the Golden Eagles did, but fly like an eagle out here in the next lobby. I'm a big fan of the squad.
Pro, Wancho, Kindness, EXO will have a chance to see them moving forward for the Americas Fall season. And of course, we also have a chance to watch Xtreme Ice compete, another team that was highly consistent. Enigma, a team that made it all the way. They definitely had their stumbles, but you can't discredit their ability to last till the very end and, well, get those 5 winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, I think the main component from this squad is that notion of, being able to last until the very end. They're able to keep 3, if not 4 players alive, and a lot of these wins they're able to secure. Obviously, some of these matches, maybe they fell short. Maybe they only had a few eliminations, but they kept true to their ways. They kept true to their guns and were like, hey, let's play our game. And fortunately for them, we're able to come out on top in second place in the end. So hopefully over this next month, we're able to see some of those weaker points get worked on, but still 77 eliminations, the damage stat as well with just under 18,000. It's still impressive to say the least.
It blows me away, though, Dave, is the fact that I look at the elimination leaders, damage leaders, assist leaders. Xtreme Ice is missing from all those categories except one, Poppy Sour, assist leader. He sits at number 7. So the fact that they qualify, yet literally all of their members are missing besides Poppy Sour and that assist leaders is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you know what? I think what can help them here is, I'm not saying replace anybody, but maybe add a 5th player to the team that you kind of swap in and swap out when you feel like you need that change at that particular moment. Let Free Point try out. Let Free Point from Team Raid try out for the team and get them on here as the 5th player. And honestly, I can see Xtreme Ice going pretty far, in my opinion.
I think so. Free Point legend, Frady, Enigma, you've got a lot of pickings, right? Some solid players that could be added on as your substitute or coach, like Coach Wancho.
Hey, it's EFC coming back. If they're not picked up, I'll have to reach out to them at some point, get it back sort of thing. Maybe they won't like the face being on the jersey, but hey, no one really pays attention.
Direct invite, by the way. They get a direct invite.
Yeah, direct. I'll pull some strings, hopefully see what we can get done. But for the most part, that squad definitely deserved it over their consistency over the last 3 days. And them next to Titan Gaming, I can't really name any other squads that had shown their consistency, allowing them to represent us in North America.
Well, we had 3 great days of competition, 18 total maps, 16 teams competing for their shot to compete at the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season. But the one question that remains, who is the overall MVP of our 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier? It's EXO, and it makes sense. 44 eliminations. Come on, that is crazy. Titan Gaming picked him up. They believed in him, and Dave, the risk paid off.
Yeah, and that's damage per game. 426 damage per game. That's impressive here, fellas.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And he's played in Germany too, Enigma.
Yeah, the ping, we really can't beat around the bush. That's probably, 150, 180 ping. He's essentially a second or 2 back from the rest of the lobby. And whether you think that is a help or a hindrance, I'll tell you right now as a previous professional, that's definitely a hindrance. And for him, for the most part, he's like, hey, I'm going to play my game and I'm going to make it work. And for him, it showed a dominant force in the NA lobby.
Bro, he's dropping 88, Dave, when he goes over to Brazil because he's getting rid of that 1 to 2 second delay. That is crazy, Dave. EXO's that guy.
He's that guy. Well, just got to say thanks, fellas, for giving me the call for the Golden Eagles. You told me to show up for the Golden Eagles. It was fun. But, all seriousness, I hope to see them continue to compete in the future. I think they did a great job. Just had a couple off games to start their evening, and maybe a little tilt factor coming into play, and then the final match, that pressure was gone, and we saw what they could do when there is no more pressure, right? But shout out to Titan Gaming, Xtreme Ice NA, and of course Neptura for holding it down the last 2 nights as well.
Yeah, she was great.
And
It's
Hot
always great
Jukes for letting me use his studio while he's out of town. Thanks, Hot Jukes. Hey.
Without a doubt, Dave, it's always a pleasure working with you, man. You always bring a smile to my face without question. We'll be working more in the future because you just know you're PUBG Mobile, man. You're that OG. You're the GOAT guy. And Enigma, apparently you got the power to pull some strings. We'll be talking later offline. Great working with you, brother. You were here all 3 days long. It's always a pleasure. What's your final words before we get out of here?
I don't want to be exposing my secrets, but for the most part, over these last 3 days, seeing how it finished up to the very end, a lot of heartstrings were pulled. We wanted a lot of our teams to be moving forward, but unfortunately, some of those were met with the boot. It's only top 2, and shout out to those 2 teams. I'm hoping we get to see the highlight reels and stuff like that before you go to Americas, and hopefully when you're there in Americas, we're able to see a few more clips together.
Well, there it is, isn't it? 3 days done, and that is the conclusion of our 2024 PMSL Americas North America Qualifier. The next step is the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Fall season starting in September, and you got to be on the lookout for Xtreme Ice as well as Titan Gaming. Those 2 teams, they'll be entering in the mix to battle against teams such as, Alpha 7, right? A team that just won, and they're looking to do it again now that they broke that second place curse. Things are going to get interesting, but for North America, I'm fully confident we're going to be going in strong after watching Titan Gaming and Xtreme Ice go against some of the best competition when it comes to North America. But hey, all good things must come to an end, and this is one of those things coming to an end. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we keep the PUBG Mobile going for you each and every day. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Mustache Dave, Enigma, Neptura from the past 2 days, our production crew, and you in chat. Thank you for being here, and we hope to see you again on our next PUBG Mobile broadcast.
Eliminations going their way, so if they can get this winner chicken dinner, they're going to be right there within reach. And well, 3 point, living up to their name, going to be thirsted right there, making this a 3v1. Well, not really making noise right now, kind of letting this engagement unfold across the road here. Crow still with 4 more grenades, looking to connect it, tossing the long arm. Is it good? It is good, baby!
I mean, this is why you wait. You save the utility, and Crow is making it look easy from downtown now remix. I mean, you had the full squad up, and you just get pieced up. I mean, the blessings, they stop at some point for some squads. Fishy, gonna get naded out, essentially to 1 HP, not gonna even make it to blue zone. Raid picking up another point, and now it's just Zuko running in the open. He's actually gonna give Raid the opportunity of getting this point. Is not gonna be able to get the thirst, but team got all 4 players up. Obviously, you want both those eliminations, just 2 extra spots on it. Zuko full swings it. A bit of a butcher on the end, but still gets the 1v1 down. And now at the 1v4, Xtreme Ice makes light work of him. Dave, God, is going to be spearheading it, but it's a tall order, Dave. 1v3s you don't see often.
AJ!
Well,
See ya! See ya! One Esports. All right. Addition on the team, EXO here. EXO has been crucial to their performance here on the weekend, of course, but I believe might be the puzzle piece they were missing, right?
Yeah.
Titan Gaming, they have been a squad who has consistently performed well in qualifiers and been able to make it to that next round, but then once when in that next round, kind of sizzled out. So hopefully this go around, as we get into the final half of the year, this is